going down right now. Episode 48 of the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horrors coming at you live. I'm your host, Moodz616, and of course, I've always got my two masters of horror. With me, NES Ruler, also known as Jeremy, and of course, we got the Double Shot J, also known as JP. What's up, homies?
Wow, you're too kind. I'm a master of horror?
There you go.
I'm a master of horror, man.
Yeah. That is awesome.
And JP's the master of the clits. Together.
The commander.
You're the clit commander.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Episode 48. We are vastly approaching episode 50. It just seems like, well, every week it gets one show closer.
It does seem like that, you know? It's kind of weird.
I hope it would turn out like that.
I remember when we were talking about episode 50 and like, I don't know, episode 34. We're like, oh man, we got tons of time for that. Now it's coming down to, we're like, holy shit, man. It's like right around the corner.
Yeah.
So speaking of episode 50, as always, guys, get your voicemails in. You get a chance to win something. We have about 7 right now. So that's 7 people who have called in and let us know their most influential horror film. What they feel is the film that influenced more than any other films, and I've been surprised by the responses. I know you two haven't heard them yet. Jeremy, you may have, but the films that are getting picked are definitely a bit surprising to me, but it's very interesting to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so definitely get those voicemails. Keep those calls coming, man. You know, keep JP on his toes, you know, because every time you phone, his actual phone rings.
Yeah,
I think that's really funny.
It is. I always wonder, like, if there's ever too many, like, I'm gonna have to switch it up. Because imagine getting 10 calls in a day or something.
And if you want to leave a voicemail, you can do so at 724-426-6665. And fuck you, JP. I remembered it.
Good shit, dude. Good shit.
I love that 6665. You know, it just has a nice flow to it.
You know, I did that on purpose, right? You get
I know. But I love that, how it's like 6665.
Yeah. So
I don't know, I just like that.
I mean, you can't really pick exactly what you want, but they give you a list of available ones, and everything else was just stupid looking. That was the only one that looked kind of cool, so I just went with that.
Oh, it's appropriate, and plus it's really easy to remember too.
Mm-hmm.
You can't misdial that either. It's pretty hard unless you hit 4 6s, but I don't know. Yeah, so what is going on in the life of the two masters of horror?
Well, I didn't know the Masters of Horror life was the broke life, but apparently it is.
Well, that's what happens when you're a master, you know? You put yourself out there, you get known, and you're all good with it.
You go and you're master debating everywhere, and you're just gonna, JP loves debating, that people could say that he's the master debater. Well, he master debated in public and got sent to jail. Had to get out of jail. He had to pay his bond because he couldn't miss the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror episode number 48.
Yeah, I was gonna record it there if I had to. I would have found a way.
Yeah, and even in jail, you were being a master debater, and Mr. Joey in the corner didn't like that very much. He wanted to be part of the action.
Joey, he's not a big fan of that, man.
Yeah, but Jeffrey in the other corner loved it.
Yeah. He loved your master debating about Beneath the Mississippi.
Yeah.
Being the worst movie ever.
Awesome.
So why is it the broke life, yo?
I have no idea if I mentioned this on the show, but my car, totally, we figured it out. It's busted. Got to save up for another car, so I'm super tight right now, but I'm still living, slightly happy, watching some Masters of Horror films. Won't be able to buy a bunch of stuff lately, but I have a ton of stuff to watch, so that's a good excuse to start watching more stuff and buying.
That's why you got to stockpile for these, type of rainy days.
And I do. I have over 100 titles, at least, that I haven't seen yet.
Like I said, if we ever need to go into an underground bunker, all we need is Moodz collection, and we could be happy for about 17 years, 8 days, and 4 hours.
Not at Moodz pace, but at our pace,
Moodz pace will be done in
sure.
8 days.
Speaking of that pacing, I'm fucked like that, man. So we were on Skype last night for 4 hours working on episode 50. I got off there.
Well, some of us were.
Fuck you.
Yeah, me and JP were, and I had some dinner, and then I sat down and watched 4 movies in a row.
Oh my god!
How do you not get
I was up till 4:30, and I was but it was one of those weird nights where the first film I watched was complete trash, like fucking brutal to get through. The second one was really good. And then the third one was even better. And then the fourth one was like the best one. I was like, when does that ever happen? When did you go from like...
Well, if you watch the Killjoy
Killjoy
films, that will happen. Was you watching Killjoy by any chance?
No doubt, right? No doubt. But it was strange, man. I watched actually probably the goriest vampire film I would say ever made last night. It was fucking fantastic. Finally got my hands on it. I won't mention it. I'll talk about it next week, but it was great though. It was one of those weird nights where I just didn't want to stop watching films because I was like, well, that was better and that was better, and I was like, fuck.
Yeah, I watched Masters
so needless to say, I was up till about 5:30 because of course I got up at 4:30. I was all wired and I was like, I shouldn't really watch another movie, so I watched some YouTube and then forced myself to go to sleep.
After we got off Skype, I watched 4 Masters of Horror episodes. I was up until well past 4 a.m. And then I woke up and watched a few bonus features for Masters of Horror. And, you know, I think we were all a little worried about, can we squeeze in all 13 episodes? And, you know, will it work for the show and things like that? But I think it went pretty well. I know that you watched all 13 and like 10 movies since then. So
the first day I actually watched the first 8 episodes of Masters of Horror, and it just flew by. Like I really enjoy watching the series, so it just kind of just went by super quick. No,
yeah, Jeremy was kicking ass with it too, because before I had even started, he was on his 6th episode, I believe.
Yeah,
actually, same with me.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, and then I just finished up last night. I planned it out pretty well. I watched one a night for 6 days. And then I just watched like the other 7 in 2 days or something like that.
Yeah. So, I mean, if this episode goes really well, I guess we're probably going to have to.
Oh, that's going to be an expensive pickup just because they don't have a fucking box set.
Well, there is a box. Well,
yeah, I don't want to pay $786.
Yeah,
for a fucking skull.
I'm in the same boat, but honestly, you can grab the solo releases very cheap.
Oh yeah, I see them at Family Video.
The interesting thing, for as much as I'm a box set horror, like I love box sets and stuff, I had no interest in getting those box sets because I actually liked the individuals. And I think it was also because I think when the box set for season 1 came out, I already had, I believe, roughly half the season on like the solo releases. So I was like, well, there's really no point. And the second one went out of print before I even thought about buying it and stuff. So
what about the 3rd season?
The 3rd season, the Fear Itself.
Yeah.
I do have that. I have that little season box. Well, that's the only way you can get it. So,
yeah.
But that's actually a really interesting one too. It's really good.
I have yet to see a single episode. So, I mean, our future probably will be Masters of Horror season 2, and probably eventually Fear Itself if this episode goes over well.
It's season 3. They just changed the name.
The interesting thing about season 3 is that it wasn't like on the movie network. So this one was like, it was actually a TV show. So it's kind of downplayed a little bit. There's no swearing, nudity, gore and stuff. But the episodes are quite interesting. It was very surprising to me. So
we'll definitely get into that again. The box set actually, just touching on that really quickly. I got the Mausoleum set I owned like 4 or 5 of the films on solo release. But as the show got closer, this set was like $20 on Amazon one day, so I grabbed it, and I actually do like it. I do like this set. The first season of Masters of Horror. I know people have complaints about it, and even the second season, the Skull set, I hear a lot of bad things about. But this Mausoleum set, I was actually surprised that it actually, fits pretty well. The only problem is they are in cardboard sleeves, which isn't very nice, but I kind of like the design and the way they're housed, besides the sleeve part.
Yeah, in the Skull one, aren't they just kind of housed themselves? Like they're just they're just kind of vertical? Yeah, that's strange. That's kind of strange.
I saw it at half-price books for $70, which is not that bad of a deal.
So what is the deal with that? Why does that one go for so much money compared to the first season?
I think that it was harder to make. That would be my guess. But then again...
it's like...
Yeah, I want to know why they didn't make Blu-rays. They made the Blu-rays for the first season.
Didn't we talked about this one time? I think that they said or something that they sold like shit.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they were $2.
Well, when you're on your 3rd release of the series, they're probably gonna sell like shit because you released them on DVD solo, $15 to $20 a piece. Then you put out the 2 box. No. Then there was the volume sets that came out. They put them out in volumes
Blu-rays.
as well.
That's what
No. There's DVD volume sets.
Oh, yeah?
There's like 4 volumes. And then 1 volume for season 1, or 2 volumes for season 1, 2 volumes for season 2 in a little box set. I've seen them before. Then they put out the actual box sets for each season, and then they released them on Blu-ray. So yeah, I mean, they're
Anchor Bay / Stars was really just milking the shit out of this.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's like classic Anchor Bay though. That's still sailboat Anchor Bay.
Well, it's funny because the first season is old Anchor Bay, and the second season actually just says Stars.
Yeah,
it's strange. So
I have no problem with the Blu-rays. They were good.
Were the transfers actually really good on them?
Yeah, for $2 a piece. One,
Yeah, they were really cheap. I just never picked them up because I was pissed that the season 2 wasn't on Blu-ray.
Yeah,
I know, that's so strange, and that's like everyone's pretty much the reason why they don't grab the first ones, even though they're so cheap. They're like, well, I can't even get the second season, so it's like, kind of lame, but whatever. For $2, I mean, if I saw them in front of me, I've actually never seen the Blu-rays around here ever once. I've never seen one of those sets. It's fucking strange. So.
They have like overabundance around here. They were fucking like everywhere.
I remember like HMV having these episodes, the solo releases of them, and they were like 4 for $20 or 4 for $15 or whatever. You can get them for like dirt cheap, man. So yeah, just stockpiles of them. But yeah.
How the fuck did we get on this conversation? Oh yeah,
this is like the pre-Masters of Horror before the Masters of Horror talk. But yeah,
JP's the master debater. He has to debate about Masters of Horror.
Yeah. But I got really nothing else. Do we want to get into the news?
Absolutely. So the news this week, nothing too amazing, but we do have at least one thing of note. First up, this is not really of note, but we've been talking about this. So before we was talking about The Ring, and it was supposed to be a prequel. Well, the director got on Twitter and was like, "Hey peeps, #Rings is not a prequel. The story takes place 13 years after The Ring."
Isn't there a Ring 2?
Yeah, so maybe, I don't know. I guess it's 13 years after The Ring. But, I feel like The Ring 2...
this is actually a sequel to The Ring 2?
Well, he said it's a sequel to The Ring. So I don't know if he's...
Okay. That actually kind of makes sense a little bit, because the way the Asian Ring series, like Ringu series goes, okay, so there's a Ringu and then there's a Ringu 2. The weird thing is Ringu 2 is not actually the sequel to Ringu. It's in story-wise. It's actually unrelated. I think the 4th film, the Sadako or whatever, is actually the sequel to Ringu. That series goes all fucked up too, man. And yeah, it's strange. So that's why I'm wondering if they're kind of mix and matching like the American remakes and stuff. So yeah, I know. I was actually reading on this because I picked up one of those Ring films the other day. It was $2, and it was the Sadako, and I was looking at Saduku, whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah, I have that one too.
But anyways, I was trying to figure out the chronological order of these films, and I was reading on Wikipedia, and I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, okay, Ringu is not even the direct sequel. This is part 4 is the sequel to this. Part 3 is actually the prequel to The Ring. The third one that came out was the prequel. The 4th one was the actual sequel. And then it's fucked, man. How
many have they made?
4.
I think there's 4.
Oh, well, there's a
Asian
timeline.
ones.
There's Ring 0.
Oh.
Then Ring 2, then Razin, and then that's a separate timeline, and it has Sadako 3D and Sadako 3D 2.
Mm-hmm.
There's a Sadako 3D 2?
Yeah.
When the fuck did that come out?
2013.
So yeah, the 0 I think was the third one released, which is the prequel to Ring Goo. I don't know. It's really fucking straight. It does break it down though. It gives you the actual story or the timeline, but like the actual release dates.
Yeah, there's 2 separate storylines that are branched from The Ring.
Yeah, that's right.
Then, if you want to get even crazier, there is an American remake, two of them, and then there's a Korean remake.
What?
Yeah, that is The Ring Virus.
The Ring Virus? That sounds
I don't even know if I read about that. That's crazy.
Yeah, that came out in 99, actually. That came out... I believe before the American remake. So
this new Ring film that's coming out, is it the Digital Code storyline?
You would assume so. These things are keeping with the times.
The ultraviolet code.
Ultraviolet digital copy.
Yeah.
But when you go on your computer to type it in, it says it's not valid, and it fucking shoots a girl out of the.
Exactly, because that's exactly what happens to everybody, right? Because
You did not redeem this code.
They go to punch
this code. It is now expired. You are now going to die.
Yep. No, as soon as it says expired, it's like 7 days.
You are 7 days past the expiration date. This is how many days you have left to live.
In 7 days, you will expire.
Okay, that's good right there. Those things should never expire while we're on that topic. That pisses me off.
I've actually never understood that. Why do they expire? They're just
I don't know.
Digital fucking, I don't know. Strange.
So after that, we have the X-Files. It has officially been announced that they are doing it, and it has been greenlit. So before it was like they're thinking about it, they have people attached, we don't know yet. It's now been greenlit for a 6-episode event that will be directed by the original series creator, and the two actors will be reprising their roles as Mulder and Scully. So 6 episodes for the first. I mean, I guess it's continuing the story. What is it, like the 11th season or something? How many seasons of the X-Files are there? There's a lot, isn't there?
There already is 11, I think.
Oh, well, shit.
Is this actually just continuation? Are they continuing the original series?
I believe so. That's what they're doing.
So they're starting like season 12. Yeah, because I just read a little, like it's actually starting to film in Vancouver soon.
Be an extra,
if it is, I don't know that.
Yeah.
You could be an extra. You have your beard. You could be a fucking psycho killer.
Yeah, well, I just seen, because, you know, Ryan Nicholson had posted, he's like, yeah, they're starting to film the X-Files in Vancouver soon. He's like, woohoo, because I believe he actually worked on some episodes or something like that.
Works on a lot of stuff.
He's worked on a lot of, because I mean, there's so much filmed in Vancouver, right? And he's just around, and I guess he's pretty known, I guess. But yeah, I just thought that was cool that it was starting to actually film. I was like, damn, that actually is happening again. Crazy. Very cool.
His wife's a makeup artist too, isn't she?
I'm not sure.
Pretty sure.
So after that, we have a trailer was released this week. I figured it was of note. I didn't watch it. You know, my feelings on watching trailers. I rarely do it anymore. But it's Arnold Schwarzenegger's zombie film titled Maggie. Did either of you check out the trailer?
Nope.
I actually completely avoided it like the plague. Purposely. It was getting posted like left and right. And I almost succumbed to temptation. You know, I was like, oh, should I click it? Should I not click it? And then I said, a fuck a you. Well,
it was teetering right on the edge of something that I would watch, because it's not a film that I would necessarily, be super excited and waiting for. So I might not mind if I got things spoiled, but I was liking it enough. I was interested enough to not watch the trailer.
I know. I was really, really holding myself back because, I mean, really, Arnold in like a full-blown like horror film, that's pretty cool. You know, I guess kind of he kind of did something that was relatable with End of Days, you know. I mean, he did battle the devil in that film. And Predator, yeah, you know, more, I guess, sci-fi horror. But yeah, I guess those are similar. But this one is like, you know, straight up bona fide, though. It's like a zombie flick. Mm-hmm. So I just really wanted to see what it looked like.
Yeah, I was just curious to see like what Arnold looked like, what the plot like was, you know, what it just looked like. So I still am interested, but I'm gonna hold myself back from watching it. But it is out, and people have said that, you know, the trailer looks very interesting. I've seen mostly positivity on the trailer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. Pretty cool.
After that, we have a brief update on the Friday the 13th film, as we usually do every couple weeks. It is announced that the screenwriter who is writing Hannibal is going to write the new incarnation that's going to be directed by David Bruckner, of course, and produced by Platinum Dunes. So we have a writer now. I don't know. I don't know if it was Hannibal the film or if it was Hannibal the TV series that this guy is part of. I probably should have looked into that, huh?
I'm actually not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I mean, what that seems like an odd kind of writer to choose, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it all depends on what he's done before.
Hannibal.
Who knows? Maybe he actually has a history of doing this type of stuff. I don't know. Besides Hannibal, I mean, if that's what he's noted for, but maybe he's done some other low budget
pieces of shit
that we actually know about.
Well, it looks like he is the one who was doing the TV series of Hannibal.
Oh, the TV series. Okay, so I can't vouch because I haven't actually watched, but I've heard good things. So,
All right. So that was just a little update on there. I mean, we'll probably talk about it a million more times before it comes out, so let's just move on. We have a couple of announcements. First up, we have some quick hits. Poltergeist 2 and 3 is going to be released on Blu-ray in a combo pack, and then Poltergeist 3 is getting its standard solo release on Blu-ray as well. Those titles will be coming out May 19th.
So the combo pack, is that the same transfer as the Poltergeist 2 release?
I would assume so.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's, I probably won't be buying them. I'm cool with my DVDs for now. Like, I haven't even seen the film, so I guess I'll watch them on DVD first. After that, Silent Night, Deadly Night, and Silent Night are going to be teamed up in a Blu-ray released May 12th by Anchor Bay.
They're re-releasing Silent Night, Deadly Night again? This has got to be like the ninth time they put this movie out.
It's teamed up with Silent Night.
Holy fuck. The Anchor Bay just loves to milk shit, don't they?
Well, isn't that like the worst Blu-ray transfer? Isn't it ass?
Which one?
Silent Night, Deadly Night?
I did hear bad things about it. I don't know.
It actually isn't very good. It does kind of look like it's just upscaled.
Yeah.
But no, it's not great at all.
Where's the Silent Night, Deadly Night 3 Blu-rays? Come on. Who doesn't want to see Silent Night, Deadly Night 3 on Blu-ray?
Oh my god, I can't even think of that right now.
Why they released Leprechaun 4 on Blu-ray?
Monty Hellman directed that film. I still can't even fucking believe that guy directed Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 3. How do you, like, I'm still baffled that you go from, Two-Lane Blacktop to that piece of crap. It doesn't even make sense.
I still have a bad taste in my mouth.
I'm still butthurt about that, actually.
I had a fun time with those, but I can never picture myself watching those again.
Yeah.
Ugh, I know. It is very devastating, isn't it, when you're like,
Part 4 was interesting.
That's maybe the only one that I would get. I don't know, man. Even then, I don't see a reason to go back to them.
Yeah, like I said, man, I think I've watched them 3 times now or whatever.
Yeah,
that's enough.
You need to just sell your set, get it over with. You never get to see this.
No, we need it for
Trust
the
me,
fucking apocalypse, man.
If they ever put out that in a triple feature Blu-ray, I won't be grabbing it.
All right, well, I'm just saying, if we do hit up Apocalypse and we have to go to Moodz bunker and watch all his DVDs, we're watching those ones last.
Yeah.
So I'd rather watch those before Pork Chop 2.
Yeah, I'm sure Moodz has tons of bad films in his collection. But
he never talks about them. He always ranks them high.
Oh man. So next up we have Time Lapse. This is going to be released by Exhilarator Media under their Macabre label, starring Danielle Panabaker, of course, from the Friday the 13th remake. I have been really excited about this Macabre label since, as of recently, with some of the films that I've seen from them early on with the Banshee chapter and stuff. It was interesting, and then I seen like the Thompsons, which I was like, "Ooh, that is
Conspiracy's really good. Fucking good."
So yeah, I actually want to pick up. Once I am not broke, I want to pick up the whole line because I only have a couple of them now. But it seems like a fun line to collect because they're not too expensive. And there's some solid films on there, and now they're actually on Hulu Plus. If you are a streaming type of person, you could check out the whole Macabre label on Hulu Plus.
Yeah, man, you gotta pick up The Conspiracy. That movie's fucking good.
They don't get released in Canada under the Macabre labels, under a different one and stuff. So that's kind of shitty. Because I picked up Poker Night, which is actually a good recent release by them. I do recommend that one. But yeah, like the Canadian release had like really shitty cover art and just looked like a different release. I actually had to like glance at it twice.
Well, as you do know, everything in Canada is shitty, so.
Yep.
Well, this one actually is a time travel film dealing with paradoxes and things like that. Sounds more on the thriller line, but still, I mean, it's of note, and I'll be interested to check it out when it does get released. It comes out May 15th, 2015 on VOD.
Yeah.
After that, we have Asylum. This is a After Dark original.
Yeah.
And it is from Lionsgate, obviously. Not too sure what it's about. I think it's, obviously going to be set in an asylum and things like that.
That's a cool cover.
Has a decent cover, and it will be released on DVD. Suggested retail price about $19.98, so hopefully that drops down a bit. It usually does. So this is what, how many have they released under the, just regular solo releases?
The After Dark originals?
Yeah.
What is it, 4 Moods?
Well, they have I don't really want to call it a season.
Yeah.
That was the original
the
idea,
one.
but they quickly disbanded.
What is it? It's like Red Clover.
If you look at the website, it's actually broken into kind of seasons or whatever. The first one, I believe, had 7 or 8 releases, just like their After Dark line, and this one has about the same.
It's like
actually the first season had 7 because one of their films didn't come out.
It's like Red Clover, Mischief Night, Sanitarium, Asylum. Is Husk After Dark?
Wait, Asylum is the new film.
Yeah, that's After Dark.
Yeah,
Husk
is a good film, actually.
I'm talking about right now. What ones are out under?
I can't even remember, but
I think it's 5.
This one was slated for another 8. I think there's 6 or 7 out now.
Okay.
So, but yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I like grabbing them.
That one does, yeah. I like grabbing any line like that, especially if they're cheap. Even the Fangoria line that we picked up and did a show on. That was they were awful for the most part, but it was
all of them were awful besides one.
Well, I think we all kind of like Germsy a little bit as well.
I actually really like Germsy.
Yeah, it's not in Human Resources though.
Yeah,
fucking axed, man. Oh, that was it's so bad.
What's up with these talking about old shows today?
I don't know.
Feeling nostalgic, man. We're almost rolling up on 50.
Nostalgia, yeah.
Why don't we do an episode retrospective of the first 51 episodes?
Did you just suggest doing a clip show? You're out of your mind. I hate those things.
Who the fuck are we, The Simpsons?
Clip shows are the worst thing that you can do in entertainment.
We could pull a South Park when they fucking find out who Cartman's dad is, and then April Fools, and then they fucking do a Terrence and Phillips episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, just quickly, that kind of wraps up the news, but I do want to give a shout out to somebody who's been helping me with the news, and that is DVD Newsflash. They have a Facebook page where they post a lot of DVD announcements. Usually pretty much if it gets announced, this place posts it. So I know Moodz, you have that page liked. It's a solid page. It'll pop up in your feed. Just type in DVD Newsflash on Facebook.
Yeah, that is right. There's really not a lot of DVD and Blu-ray releases for this week. So I'm just going to quickly just note a couple of the ones that are coming out the March 31st. Of course, from Blue Underground, you got the Dario Argento collection Blu-ray set, which is featuring Cat o' Nine Tails, Deep Red, and, of course, Inferno. I think it's relatively decently priced, too.
If you add up the price of them solo, it's like 1/3 the price. So
yeah, it's saying on .com it's $22.99 for that set right now, which is pretty damn good considering I believe they're all on separate discs, which are I think just the original releases. So
I will absolutely be picking up both of those sets because all 6 of those films I've had in my eBay eye for a long time, trying to get for a little bit of a cheaper price on Blu-ray. So I'll be picking up both of those sets when I can. I actually have an Amazon gift card that I think I'm going to throw on the Argento set. Nice. So, yeah.
No love for Bird with the Crystal Plumage, man.
I own it already on Blu-ray, and I need Cat o' Nine Tails to...
Wait, do you have the Blue Underground Blu-ray or the VCI Blu-ray?
I think I have the Blue Underground Blu-ray.
Nice. That one's that one's hard to get.
Yeah, it's actually really
no,
out of print.
I might not.
It sucks that they didn't reissue that, actually. Now when I think about it, that's too bad. But
VCI one's okay.
And, of course, the other Blue Underground set is, of course, the Lucio Fulci collection, which contains City of the Living Dead, House by the Cemetery, and the New York Ripper. And I actually don't own any of these Blue Underground Blu-rays. I just have them all on DVD. I just don't really upgrade because I have like pretty much the entire Blue Underground collection. But I've heard the New York Ripper Blu-ray is like fantastic looking.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
I've
actually one of their
heard
best
good
looking.
things about that one.
Yeah, because I've heard, and that was actually one of the reasons why I never really upgraded, because a lot of Blue Underground's earlier Blu-ray releases weren't the greatest. But then for some weird reason, New York Ripper seems to be like one of the best transfers. It's kind of strange, but yeah, those sets are definitely worth the value.
Would you grab any
bucks.
of them, or are you good on them?
I'm not going to. Oddly enough, I actually have Inferno and Deep Red on Arrow Blu-rays. So, and City of the Living Dead, actually. So I actually have 3 of those 6 on Blu-ray already from Arrow, which they're the old window box releases, so they're all region.
The expensive releases that are hard to get.
Yeah, but yeah, those are really the notable releases for this week. And there's also one more. This one just looks interesting. I don't really know much about it. I was meant to do a little bit of research on it, but it's coming out from Olive Films, and it's called Night Game. I didn't even know this was a horror film, but it's got Roy Schneider in it.
I think it's a thriller, or like a psychological thing. I'm not really sure. It looks kind of horror-y on the cover. But besides that, you also...
Yeah, I mean, I can't help but notice, like, with the robotic arm through the baseball. I mean, that grabs my attention because baseball's my shit, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Looks kind of interesting, to be honest.
And after that, there was actually another After Dark original being released, that housekeeping one. That's
right. That is right. Which, I don't know. Actually, the cover's kind of funny, actually. I think it's just dragging this bloody mop behind her. That's good. She looks sexy, too. But yeah, there's really not a lot coming out, for the end of March. April is busy as shit, man. There is so many releases coming out in April. It's going to be one of those months where
Moodz spends $4,878.
Oh my god. Scream Factory just went retarded in April.
Coming soon, a 4-hour Moodz 616 DVD and Blu-ray update.
But yeah, that's going to do it for the DVD and Blu-ray releases, so yo. All right, so getting into the featured reviews of episode 48 here on the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror. Yeah. Now, this is very exciting because we are going to be covering season 1 of the Canadian program / American production of Masters of Horror.
Canadian. Fuck those Canadians and their fucking dollars.
Yeah. So, season 1 of Masters of Horror. I mean, what can we say?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think the best place to start is at the beginning, right? So back in 2002, the whole idea came about because Mick Garris decided to have a sort of dinner party with the Masters of Horror, like people like John Carpenter and Don Coscarelli and Tobe Hooper and Stuart Gordon, and even Guillermo del Toro was there. And what happened was they would just have these dinner parties where they would just talk about filmmaking and admire each other's work and talk about what's out there now and stuff that they've seen and liked. And then one day, Guillermo says out loud, because he sees there's a table next to them having a birthday party, he said, the Masters of Horror wish them a happy birthday. And that's where the title spawned from. It was actually from Guillermo.
Huh.
And
imagine if he made an episode.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So the original 10 Masters were John Carpenter, Larry Cohen, Don Coscarelli, Joe Dante, Guillermo, Stuart Gordon, Tobe Hooper, John Landis, and Bill Malone, and of course Mick Garris himself. And so as these parties went on, he started inviting more people, and he had invited Dario Argento and Eli Roth and Cronenberg and Rob Zombie even, and Lucky McKee, and so on and so on. Even Quentin Tarantino would pop up, Robert Rodriguez, Tom Holland, and...
Did Takashi Miike never make the trip over from Japan or what?
No, Miike was there before. I remember. I actually had heard about these a lot because they still go on today with Mick Garris and people like Adam Green and Joe Lynch and Ty West. These dinners still happen regularly. I believe it's like every couple of months they have these dinners. So these are, even with Masters of Horror gone, they still have these dinner parties. But that's where the show initially spawned from, was having all these masters
And I want to
together.
get into one of these parties.
Right? Just being a fly on the wall in that fucking place, dude. It would be like any horror fan's dream to hear these guys talk like uncandidly about things.
Yeah, it really would be. That's truly amazing.
Yeah, and
I wonder what those dinners cost. I like who picks up that bill?
Well,
I would hope Mick would, since he's the fucking person inviting.
Well,
the
he's
host.
hosting.
Yeah. Well, so even if you get the box set, which is one of the other reasons that I grabbed the box set, there's actually one of these dinners that are filmed on the box set on the 14th disc. There's a panel discussion of the Masters of Horror dinner discussion. It's kind of like a panel type thing where they're sitting there just talking about each other's episodes and stuff. It's really cool, man. Like, if for only one reason to grab that box set, it's for that. But they also talk about where the show, after they got the idea together, the next step was obviously to get funding and things like that. So initially the show wasn't a show. It was going to be 13 movies by the Masters of Horror, and they were going to be released through Anchor Bay direct to DVD. Each movie was going to be released on DVD, and like kind of how the After Dark originals are now, where there would just be one here, there, and they were going to be through Anchor Bay. And then the idea was brought to Showtime, and Showtime was cool with it. The only thing is they did not want any child-on-child violence and no full frontal male nudity. Those were kind of like the two
boring
big things. Yeah, but so
Moodz
there
doesn't get to see any wieners. That's his favorite thing.
There was allowed to be child on adult violence or adult on child violence, but no child on child violence. Isn't that kind of interesting?
That actually just makes no sense.
That doesn't make any sense.
Like, why can't, like, it seems more acceptable for a child to hit a child than a full-grown man hitting like a little girl. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah. So
right.
So
there's not even that many children in the fucking series as it is. It's only a few, and the only child that dies is one episode. Well, 2 episodes.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't really a whole lot of them, but
besides in fucking Jenifer and another fucking the one in the basement, whatever, fair haired child. That's it, really.
Yeah, yeah. So that kind of, I thought that was kind of interesting that it was originally going to be these feature films that were going to be released direct to DVD, because it depends who you go by. But
and Homecoming has that.
Yeah, it depends who you go by, but it's debated on what is considered a short film and what is considered a feature. Some people say anything over 40 minutes is considered a featured film. That's what's considered by the Screen Actors Guild. And I believe there are a few others that, classify it differently. So, I mean, what do you say? 60 minutes? Is that a film or is that a short film?
It's a film.
It's a film, but, theoretically, it's just a short film.
It's a shorter film. It's not a short film. It's a shorter film.
It's a shorter, full-length film.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Well, actually, here it is right here. I have it. The British Film Institute considers a feature film anything 40 minutes or longer, while the Screen Actors Guild states that it is 80 minutes or longer, though the majority of people classify them between 70 and 210 minutes. So this just depends who you ask.
Yeah.
And anything over 210 is an epic, which is not too many of those.
Yeah. Ooh. So, I mean, what do you guys think? The first season of Masters of Horror, the people that they selected, do you think they selected the right people, or would you have rather seen some other people get involved?
No, I think for the time, I think they've had the right people. I think if it was made today, we would have, the Ty West and the Adam Green and the Wingards and, all the people that are, masters right now.
That's precisely why I want to see an updated Masters of Horror, because you could have a totally different lineup.
Much sense, dude.
Like, there's so many new, younger directors that I think would
that are totally established now. Eli Roth, Rob Zombie,
even Eli Roth too. Yeah, totally. You know,
Adam Green. There's so many.
There's so many. It'd be actually hard. I mean, if you were producing a new series, you know, it's an interesting question. If you had to pick 13 people, who would you pick? And this is rhetorical. I'm not expecting you to actually answer this right now, but like, it's an interesting thought process.
Yeah.
You know, because you could totally have 13 people that weren't even associated with it and be amazing.
That is absolutely true. And
yeah,
wow. I would have liked to see Clive Barker in the first season. I know that he was, he had a short story that was featured as an episode. I believe it was Haeckel's Tale.
Yeah.
But I thought it would have been cool to see Clive Barker. I do think that they really did get an appropriate, you know, tiered level of people involved in the first season. Like, you have the greats like Argento and Carpenter, and then you have other people who only made a couple horror films. But definitely it added a lot of different diversity to the group that they brought in. I like it, man. I'm a big fan of what they did. The whole idea, I love it. I would love to see it brought back. It pisses me off so bad that it was canceled. And I'm unsure why. I've never been able to find a reason why it was canceled. Mm-hmm. Do you guys know?
No.
Were people watching it?
I believe so. Like, that's the thing. Like, I don't really know. I've never seen any official, like, ratings or anything like that.
I think it's about all just that they made their money.
That's kind of the reason why I always thought that, you know, the third season of Masters of Horror, which is titled Fear Itself, went to, like, network television, because
what channel was it on?
I can't remember. It was like, it's like a big network, like
really?
ABC or something.
I never remember that show being on.
Well, this is why you don't remember that show being on, because Fear Itself was on for, I believe, a couple of episodes, and it did well. It was doing good. It was doing real good, but they wanted to kind of, I think it was for the Olympics or something. They wanted to, you know, focus more airtime on that. So after they focused on that, they just never brought it back. They just released the rest of the episodes on DVD. It actually never finished its run. And I believe it was NBC, actually.
Yeah, NBC, it could have been. Yeah, because I think, I can't remember how many episodes there is, but, you know, a bunch of those never actually aired.
Mm-hmm. Only 8 of the 13 episodes aired.
That's right. Yeah, so they released it in that one little fancy box set thing, and that's it.
Yep.
But I always thought maybe the reason why they went to, say, NBC for season 3 is because the first 2 seasons were on, you know, pay television, you know, like the movie networks and stuff.
Was it all like reputable directors that were in the third season, or no?
Well, they had like Stuart Gordon came back and John Landis came back. They had guys like Ronnie Yu, who did Freddy vs. Jason, but Larry Fessenden. It was definitely not the, you know, the main guys that they had in the first ones.
But only still very notable names, though. We know
absolutely, and I think that there was so many more people they could have got, like people who directed.
Darren Lynn Bronson directed it.
Yeah, he did.
You know, actually, at one time, I think it would have been. Was it around the time the first or second season came out of Masters of Horror? Weren't they working on an Italian version of Masters of Horror?
They were, and they actually did make a Masters of Science Fiction or something, I believe, as well.
That's right. I really, you know, like, I love my Italian. That would have been an interesting series.
Yeah, Masters of Science Fiction. Here it is, IMDb.
Yeah, so the Masters of Horror Italian, you know, there's so many. I mean, obviously at the time, I think it was about the time Bruno Mattei actually passed away, I believe. If I remember correctly, it was about the same time. But, you know, it kind of sucks that it wasn't done, like, earlier.
Yeah, it was only on for...
There's a lot of those directors that already passed away.
It's only on for 6 episodes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6 episodes.
I remember hearing about that, yeah. So the Masters of Horror Italian, it never actually materialized, did it?
I don't think so. I think it was probably, like, thrown around at the height of, you know, season 1, like, and then it just kind of fizzled out once this series fizzled out. But I like the concept, because even Mick Garris, I've heard him say this in the past, when he created the series, he gave free reign to to the filmmakers. He didn't want to interfere with things. He wanted to let them tell their story any way they wanted. And the only rules they had to follow was those two that I mentioned from Showtime and a couple minor ones that was also brought in by Showtime. But for the most part, they had free reign with their money, with their stories, and they were really able to create what they wanted to. And, you know, Mick Garris even said when he initially had it for DVD, when he decided to move it to TV, he specifically said he did not want to go with a regular like network channel like NBC or something, because he didn't want to have to tell the directors, well, you're going to have to cut here because we're going to need to fill this much of commercial time. He really wanted to just make it balls to the wall, nudity, violence, no commercials, and just have it as what it is, because he didn't want to, you know, censor their art or castrate their art.
I think that would have fit on AMC if it was like when AMC was like where it is today.
I think Showtime was absolutely the most.
I mean now, but I mean like when it was Fear itself, when they put on NBC.
It's almost too bad though that Mick Garris wasn't thinking about like the media market and stuff, because you know I would have just told the directors like, you know what, make your fucking movie. We'll do the appropriate cuts for the television cuts, but then once it gets re-released, once it gets released on, you know, home media, your full episode will be there. It'll be available for people to see in full. You know? Yeah, but why not? You know, as well, I think that this TV series came out at probably one of the worst times that it could have. I think if it would have came out, you know, maybe 5 years later, when the internet and the horror websites were booming and had more of a push. Imagine if it never happened and then it got announced today. How big of an event that would be! Like, all these directors are coming together. I just would see it explode the internet. So I think that it kind of really would have benefited from that internet push, and that's why I say bring it back. I think that it totally could work again. Yeah, I think timing is everything with something like that. I mean, if you're getting bumped out by the Olympics, you really don't have a choice in the, you know, hope in the matter. That's kind of the shits. But so I seen one episode actually air on TV. And then I of course bought the season, but I only ever saw one episode on TV. Which episode was it? It was the one where, shit, man. I can't even fucking fully remember the episode. I haven't watched the series in a long time, but it's about a couple. It's about a couple. 2? No, of Fear itself. Oh, Fear itself. I thought you were talking about Masters of Horror. Oh no! I watched all the episodes when I actually had those shows or the networks when the Masters of Horror was airing. No, I'm talking about Fear itself. Oh, I was. Because they only aired 8 episodes, right? And I watched one, and it was something about a couple and some kind of cultish shit going on in the neighborhood. I can't really remember the episode, but that's the one I did catch, and that was it. Yeah. So. Masters of Horror, I did see it when I believe the 4th episode aired was the episode that I seen, which of course was Argento's Jenifer. And I remembered just being like, I was really into horror my whole life, okay? But I kind of broke away from a little bit. I was in like, I believe late middle school. So I was, you know, out having fun and things. And I was over one of my friend's house and it popped on and I was just like, holy crap, what Masters of Horror? What is this? like that title just like I was like, what Masters of Horror? And then I started, you know, I went home or something. And I looked up like, obviously, and of course, as you know, JP is the master debater, so he has to love the Masters of Horror. I didn't know some of the names, but I was like John Carpenter, Tobe Hooper. I was like, this is the most interesting thing I ever had. Of course, I didn't have Showtime at home, so I could only watch it when they aired it at my friend's house on Friday. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Yeah. So I was into it, and I only caught a couple episodes of the run, but I was really into it. I can't remember exactly when they aired, like what day or what time they actually like premiered and stuff. But man, the reruns used to be on all the time. Seems like a Sunday show. What did it air on? Was it on Showtime? I wanted to say it was like a Friday, but you know, I'm not 100% sure. I could actually look. What was the network? It was Fridays. It was Fridays on Showtime, and I don't know what time it aired, but I would probably say about 10 o'clock. It was late. It was like 9 or 10. Okay, that rings a bell. But yeah, I used to watched a bunch of these when they premiered. But man, the reruns were always on, dude.
Mm-hmm.
You can always catch him, man.
For a couple years, I think.
Yeah, man. I watch these episodes over and over and over again, man. So.
Yeah, and then I think even Chiller was airing them years later.
Were they really?
It was either Chiller or like Reels Channel. Actually, it was Chiller and Reels Channel. It was both of them.
So basically what it comes down to, Mick, Garrus, if you're listening.
Bring it back.
Bring this, just organize. Have one of those, dinners and seriously contemplate on creating another series.
Hell, it could even live...
Just even call it Masters of Horror. Just make it the official season 3.
Yeah, it could even be... it could live on DVD, but I think today is no better time to put it back on TV, dude. Showtime is running their Penny Dreadful show. Like, bring it back to Showtime. Horror is booming right now with The Walking Dead and all these other shows. There's so many shows announced. Bates Motel is killing it. Like, all these shows are killing it. This is the perfect time to bring it back.
And there's a lot of really, really hungry directors out there that would love to jump on an opportunity like this.
Oh, yeah. And even some of the older ones can still do it, It would be amazing. I mean, I think that the internet should just bug the hell out of people and get this thing back on the air, man. It's such a cool idea.
All right, so on that note, we might as well get into episode 1 of season 1 of Masters of Horror. The first episode, which is titled Incident on and Off a Mountain Road, which is directed by Don Coscarelli.
Oh, yeah.
The infamous Don Coscarelli. We've, on this show, have covered, an abundance of Don Coscarelli material.
Oh, yeah.
Don Coscarelli is, obviously mostly known for directing the first 4 Phantasm films. Coscarelli's had an interesting career because, he's been directing, he had a couple of films before that, but... when did Phantasm come out? 70, was it 76?
79.
79. In between then and now, he's only directed,
not too many.
something like 8 or 9 movies or something, or 8 movies. So he's been very kind of spread out, and half his films are Phantasm. Mostly I remember watching The Beastmaster as a kid so much,
which he completely disowned.
Yeah, which is interesting. And it's so strange that he directed that film too, because it was like Phantasm, Beastmaster, Phantasm 2, and then Survival Quest, which I just said I've never actually seen before.
I've seen it. I think Lance Henriksen's in it, maybe?
Huh.
Yeah, he is. It's like a survival camping excursion gone wrong because there's a bunch of like bad guys that are like gun guys and stuff, and it's like old technique versus modern stuff. But I mean, it's definitely not like a horror film per se, but it's a pretty interesting film. It's definitely 80s and has like almost like a tongue-in-cheek vibe to it. It's kind of cheesy now.
Yeah, he definitely likes to take his time between films. Beastmaster came out in 82, Phantasm 2 came out in 1988, and then he dropped Survival Quest the same year. And then in 1994, he dropped Phantasm 3. So there were 6 years in between those films. And then another 4 years later, 1998, he dropped Phantasm 4, Oblivion, which is crazy. And then 4 years later, he dropped Bubba Hotep. 3 years, he did his Masters of Horror episode. And then 8 years later, he dropped... So his career has been very, I don't know what the deal is with Coscarelli. If he's just kind of Stanley
I think
Kubrick,
I know
he's very
what the
meticulous.
Deal is. I think what it is that he's funded most of his films besides, like Phantasm 2, Survival Quest, and Beastmaster, through the independent route. And it takes a lot longer to do that because he got really turned off with Beastmaster and to a certain extent Phantasm 2 due to some, he loves the film and the memories for it are great, but it wasn't his 100% creative control. And I think that he's one of those people that just thrive on that and need it. And that's why it's been so indie as after that.
Yeah, Phantasm 2 you can definitely tell is the stick out in the Phantasm series. Visually, it just looks a lot different. It's just more of a spectacle and more of a
way more money
higher budget for sure. But yeah, Don Coscarelli, great. I really enjoyed his last film, John Dies at the End. It was an oddity, man.
It's a weird
strange. It is a strange film, but really cool actually. It's one of those films that if you're not really too sure about it after one watch, definitely watch it again. You pick up on things. Have you watched it more than once, Jeremy?
Nah. You know me, I don't watch movies more than once.
It's crazy. John dies at the end, man. It's a really fucking strange one, but recommend it.
Coscarelli is definitely a master, and it really is, as you mentioned, with his career, it's kind of sad that he wasn't able to make more films, because what he's done is really great, and I've always seen that he has a very, very interesting artistic side to him, and he's a true filmmaker.
Oh, yeah.
I love Coscarelli.
Yeah, Coscarelli's fantastic. You know, he's the master of phantasm.
Yeah. So episode number 1 aired October 28th, 2005. That was like Halloween weekend, pretty much, a Friday. And does somebody want to hit the plot with this one?
While driving at night along a lonely road through the mountains, Ellen gets distracted by her car radio and hits a car parked on the road. Typical woman driving, right? Yeah. She faints and looks up for help since her car does not start again. She meets Moonface pulling a woman in the woods. He's a deranged monster-like man that collects human bodies. She is abducted by Moonface, but she recalls the survival lessons of her husband, Bruce, as she faces and fights back against the killer. So,
yeah,
that paints a pretty good picture.
I'll tell you,
it's one of the only slasher films.
Well, I was actually going to say that this film right here, if you take the final act of any slasher film and expanded it to an hour-long movie, that's what this is. This is an hour-long final chase scene slasher flick. And I think that's so interesting. Because I don't think I've ever seen that done, where it's literally like the final act of a slasher film.
The climax, yeah,
exactly. But it's interesting though the way they did it, because you know it's kind of her story of her survival, of her I guess survival training is told in kind of flashbacks. Wow,
yeah, it's interspliced.
Yeah, it's kind of interspliced into basically, like you said, like the end of a story. You know.
Yeah.
Right. There's a whole part.
So it's
of
like
the
this,
story
like
that's
combined,
not there, but it works so perfectly because it literally is the last half an hour of a slasher film extended into an hour-long episode with flash. It works perfectly, I think, man. Mm-hmm. I think it's fantastic. It's got a really creepy atmosphere to the episode too. I love it.
It does, and that's all Coscarelli right there. He's always good at that.
What do you guys think of Angus Scrimm's character?
Oh, I love Angus, man. I love Angus Scrimm.
Buddy's funny.
He's creepy too, man.
Yeah, he is creepy.
The way he delivers his lines in it had me cracking up.
The first time I watched it. You want to sing a song? It's like,
I know, right?
Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I think the character is perfect. You know, I don't know. I think it just really works, but
it's one of those situations where you've created a strong female character who's fighting back, and she's using her wits to fight back against the monster. And typically, when you do that, a lot of people are rolling their eyes and they're like, "Well, how the hell does she know how to do this?" So that's kind of why the splicing it explains away that, because her husband was this obsessive prepper, if you will, like a doomsday prepper. Which was kind of ahead of what that's become nowadays. So this was before that, where now that's kind of a thing to be like a prepper for the apocalypse. But this showing a character in 2005 doing that I thought was kind of interesting, because he's this tough guy.
I think the structure of her backstory is perfect too. You know, just the way he doesn't go into too much detail, but it perfectly escalates. His assholeness, and her changing from kind of almost being dependent on her husband to like, fuck you.
Yeah, he was
I can do this shit for myself. Like just the way it's cut in perfectly. I found it just flowed so well. And it's just like, oh, do we need this backstory? I never found myself once ever thinking that. I'm just like, damn, this guy's going nuts.
Yeah.
Literally going fucking nuts, and then she's just kind of changes her whole demeanor about him and the whole situation. She's like, fuck this. I really like that, man. I think it was worth, and she is a very, very strong character, man.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And she fucks some shit up, man. Moonface. Gotta love the name, man.
I was trying to figure out what she was doing outside with the knife. Did she like put it in between two trees and then he ran into it? When she set up the first trap with whatever, when she had her pocket knife.
Well, the knife that accidentally hits her
hits him. Like, she sets up a trap and you hear he runs into something and you hear him scream in the beginning. She takes like two sticks and she puts her knife like in between the two sticks?
I actually can't even really fully remember.
I'm trying to remember because there was a few traps, and I'm trying to figure out which one.
Well, there's a trap where he fell into the hole, or was attempting to fall into the hole, and that didn't work.
Well, wasn't there a trap that accidentally hurt her? Right? There was one that hit her.
Well, there was one that he got a knife jam somewhere.
Yeah, for some reason that's just escaping me right now.
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah.
So this one actually does have sort of a twist ending. We're obviously not going to spoil it, but how did you guys feel about that?
You know, I always find a lot of the times with, shorts that I think directors almost feel like they need to have a twist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
and sometimes and sometimes it doesn't necessarily need to be there. I think sometimes when there isn't a twist, it's kind of like, oh, I think that's even more shocking when there isn't. This one right here, I don't know. I've never honestly been the hugest fan of it, but it's not horrible or anything. No. It's not horrible.
It works for what it is, but it's not like Saw twist.
I really liked the setting with the house on the edge of a cliff and the bodies hung up outside, and you're not really sure what the hell, where the hell this is or who the hell this is. So
I always wondered the same thing about that too, because this house is high up. You think that someone would notice that. What the fuck is that? It's not really the best place. If you're a serial killer doing all this type of shit, if you're going to have your shit perched up where people can just look up and see.
Yeah.
It almost has an urban legend feel to it where everything's kind of exaggerated slightly.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
And when you think about it, Moonface is not in the last 10 minutes of the film. But, he gets kind of off pretty quickly.
Wow.
That's not kind of what happens at the end of every fucking slasher movie, JP.
Well, you don't know because it's the ending.
Come on.
I like that in the house, he had all the police lights strung up, the sirens and things. So it gave you the sense that he's been there for a long time doing this. There was a lot of those things with the trinkets that he had and the different bodies and stuff. You could tell that this guy's been doing this forever. And Buddy is crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's fucking nuts.
It's weird to see Angus Scrimm talking like that after watching Phantasm.
I know, seeing like I said, though, the way he delivers his lines, and it has me cracking up every time because it's just... it's just so comical compared to what you're usually seeing him do.
If you've seen him in that short film that's on the Phantasm 2 Blu-ray from Scream Factory, if you watch the short film where he plays Abraham Lincoln, it's kind of like that, where it's just this is weird to see him playing a character like this, because he's playing. It's completely, it's a straight face informational short film.
Yeah. I don't really know what else to say about it. It's short.
Oh, well, I figured we was going to have that issue with a lot of these, where, especially this one, because it is a slasher film. There's not much going on. There's not much depth to the whole thing. But, I mean, there is considering, but at the end of the day, it's still a slasher film.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Which is, in my opinion, was a very interesting choice to lead off the whole series with.
I think it's perfect. If I'm looking at the episodes, I don't see one that I think would be better as the start episode.
Well, the reason why I say it's interesting is because, how we talked about, this episode feeling like basically the last 30 minutes of a full-length slasher film. Mm-hmm. So at that point in a film, it's going. We're at the point we're arcing here. Come on. This is where all the action is. So the Masters of Horror just started out just bang. Mm-hmm. It just started fucking going. There was no build up in the episode at all. It's just holy shit, here it is.
And so I think something classical about it, right? I mean, it's a slasher film. That's what people grew up on in the 80s. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like our version of a classic now, right? It's just something that everybody's familiar with. Everybody's familiar with the formula. Hell, you could flip the channels and end up on it, and you would still watch it because you don't feel like you've needed to know the setup. At the end of the day, it's a chase scene. Mm-hmm. It's the perfect first episode, in my opinion.
You don't need to be felt up, with this episode. It just kind of delivers right away.
Yeah.
Being familiar with something is good. Is really good. Give the fans what they want. Don't fuck around. And yeah, I think it was a really good choice. It's interesting that they did it like that. So, but yeah, Coscarelli. It'd be interesting to see him actually do a full length slasher film.
Yeah.
After seeing something like this,
Yeah.
So I mean, it's completely different than anything he's ever done.
Yeah.
Yeah, Don Cost, man.
Yeah.
Awesome
so I
guy.
always thought that was really cool. So,
but Moonface was very Coscarelli though.
Yeah, because he's monster-like, right?
Yeah.
He kind of in I think the whole episode kind of depicts what Coscarelli's all about. Like you said, even the house and the setting, atmosphere created almost feels like an alternate reality.
Yeah.
It doesn't almost seem real, but at the same time, you take it as a real situation because it's a slasher.
Yeah.
You just kind of accept it for it because it is in the woods, kind of deal, and I think it's just so Coscarelli.
Interesting thing. I noticed that when I was watching it, that Moonface looked kind of familiar, and I remembered him from 13 Ghosts, the 2001 film. He played the Juggernaut, Juggernaut Ghost.
I hate that film.
Oh, it's decent.
Wow, a movie that you hate?
Dude, I hate so many films. That movie is way too fucking busy for me. I love the original 13 Ghosts for its cheesiness, but that movie has so much going on. It's so over the fucking top and just ugh.
I actually love it.
I can't stand that remake.
Love it.
Horrible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Horrible.
not saying it's great, but
it's not as bad as the Fright Night remake for me. The Fright Night remake is an abomination. But anyways, I don't know. I guess are we going to rate these?
Yeah, let's rate.
Okay, so Incident on and Off a Mountain Road, episode 1. What do we rate this?
Jeremy,
fucking asshole. 7 out of 10 for the first episode of Masters of Horror.
I also gave it a 7 out of 10, so I'm right with you on that.
All right, so I came in at 7.5 out of 10 for Incident on and Off, which doesn't really surprise me considering slashers are my favorite subgenre. So
mine too. But Incident on and Off a Mountain Road, interesting title, little too long.
Yeah. It's actually kind of hard to even say.
Yeah,
it's kind of a weird
stutter
title.
in between, Incident on and off. There's a lot of mouth.
Yeah, but it's better than episode, 9. Episode number 9 is a fucking tongue twister.
Fair-haired child.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So I guess we'll move along here to episode 2. Which is titled Dreams in the Witch House. And, of course, it is directed by Stuart Gordon.
And, of course, it is an H.P. Lovecraft story. So typical of Stuart.
Adaptation. Yeah, of course, right? Just obsessed. Well, of course, Stuart Gordon is probably most noted for directing Reanimator in his career, which is actually one of my favorite movies of all time. He had a really, really good run in the 80s, man. Reanimator, From Beyond, and Dolls all in a row.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's 3 films right there, that are fucking awesome. Really. I know Scream Factory is releasing Robot Jocks, which I've actually never seen before.
I mean, they've actually released a couple of his films. They're kind of getting his, they released Dolls and From Beyond as well. That's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Robot Jocks. That's an interesting one. I don't know anything about it, but he's done a good bunch of stuff like From Beyond. He did Castle Freak actually, which I like that one. Did the 91 Pit in the Pendulum from Full Moon.
Yeah, which is actually not one of my favorite Stuart Gordon films. Like I said, Castle Freak is way better in my opinion. In 2001, he did a film called Dagon, which is a very interesting... Have you ever seen Dagon before?
No, that's also H.P. Lovecraft, I believe, though, right?
Yeah, it's strange, man. It's a really strange film. It's kind of one of those ones you kind of have to see for yourself to judge. It's really hard to explain. Mm-hmm. I recently watched King of the Ants again, actually. I've seen it before. It's a kind of an interesting revenge film that he had done. So, and then, of course, he did... Stuart Gordon did an episode in season 2 of Masters of Horror called The Black Cat. Which of course is an Edgar Allan Poe adaptation. So Stuart Gordon really likes to do adaptations adapt things, of classic material, which is cool with me. And he also did the last thing that's even noted on his filmography is Fear Itself, episode 1. He did Eater.
Yeah.
from, I guess, season 3 of Masters of Horror, which is interesting. Mm-hmm. So he actually was involved quite a bit. He was involved throughout the whole process of this. So,
yeah, and he also interesting about this episode is this was originally going to be what From Beyond was when he in '86 when he was making From Beyond. Originally, he was going to do Dreams in the Witch House. So this was stewing on his mind for years. This episode, this story.
Nice.
Cool.
Nice.
So this one aired in November 4th of 2005. Plot?
Here's the short plot of it. There's actually 2 different ones on here. A graduate student questions his sanity after he rents a room in an old boarding house, which was the residence of a 17th century witch, and he figures out that the evil forces still roam within the walls.
Yeah. This one has a cool setting. It has a really interesting atmosphere.
I just love my favorite thing about not my favorite thing about this episode, but the landlord of this place is so stereotypical. It fucking cracks me up. He's this big fat white guy with a stained up mustard wife beater with his belly hanging out the bottom, smoking. He's a total fucking dick. The place is a rundown shack that has rats in the walls. It's just like, it's so cliched, but then it works so well. But then the only thing that cracks me up, I understand that, like, you know, he's a graduate student. He has no money. He needs a place to stay. But why the fuck would you choose that place at all? Like, I would never
like that place. I would stay there.
But
it's kind of creepy, dude. Like, there's like old people. Like the place. Oh, it's creepy.
Boarding house, man.
You know, it really kind of reminded me, and it could be just Stuart Gordon's style or what, but it kind of felt like a Full Moon film to me.
Huh.
Just the tone of it and the feel.
Yeah.
I can kind of see that, you know, especially with you know, Rat Face, you know, things like that. You know, it does seem kind of Full Moonish. This one's always very memorable to me because it has a thing with rats in it, and if you know me, I love anything to do with rats. Rats are interesting creatures. So I think the mythology in this film is pretty cool. I kind of like this is a film I could see actually, you know, being a full-length film. Like, you could actually do a lot with this. You could really extend the mythology and kind of create a lot out of this story, which I think is interesting. I think that's one thing we should note while we watch or while we talk about these episodes is, could this episode be a full-length, or does it work better as a short? You know what I'm saying? I think this is one episode that I truly believe that could be a really cool mythology. You know, the mythology could be expanded, and I don't know, man.
I think this one more than the last one for sure to be a feature. More than,
I mean, the last one works perfect as a short. I think it could work both. You know, I mean, obviously, you know, having a beginning to the slasher film, but this one right here, it feels like a very compressed version of what it potentially could be. You know, so, but I don't know, man. Like, what do you guys? I do like the setting though. The house is creepy.
It has a really awesome atmosphere, and it has some really awesome lighting shots too. The way that he lights the house makes it even more creepier, and the characters are likable. The main dude, he's a very likable dude.
I don't know who the DP was on this, but man, there is some really good shots in this episode. Seems very
There's
experienced.
A difference between a DP and a cinematographer, Moodz.
What's that?
There's a difference between a DP and a cinematographer. Do you know? DP lights everything and they operate a camera, and cinematographer doesn't operate the camera.
Not fully necessarily. There's exceptions to that.
Yeah, but DP operates the camera.
I mean,
there's exceptions to all of that, actually. There is actually no rules to that, but
so I like the kind of eerie like dreams that the dude's having and stuff like that. I've always kind of liked these stories where it's just a guy in a room with these weird people around him, with weird things going on around him. Like, I've always kind of just liked those solo. You're kind of focusing on this guy's, and he's like just in this weird place. Like, he's in this weird room. I like that. Like, it kind of has that dreamlike feel to it for me a little bit.
Yeah, I like the fact that, like, you know, when he explains to his neighbor, the female, which I can't remember what her name is right now, but
she's a likable character too.
When he's explaining what he studies, it makes him sound so fucking nuts, and it's like a perfect setup. It's like a prequel to exactly what's going to happen with him, because he's already fucking like nuts. Who studies that shit, man? It's just, it's so crazy. But I really like that. It's very simple and it worked, you know. So,
well, I thought that the way that the story played out, I wasn't absolutely crazy about the story. With the like alternate dimension stuff and things like that, I almost felt like it wasn't even necessary. Could have just been an old witch house, you know what I mean? But once it kind of played out, and with the ending and when he goes inside the wall and stuff, I found that stuff to be a little unsettling. You know, the subject matter that they were dealing with and stuff.
It felt very Argento-y.
Really?
When he was in the wall. I thought it was a little bit Suspiria-y, a little bit.
I don't know. Did you guys actually see, you know, kind of the outcome? Like, not the very end of the film, but kind of what happens with... Fuck, I don't even want to say that because I don't want to give anything away. But, like, basically why he ends up in the nut house. Did you see, like, that coming?
No.
Really? Because, like, you know, when I first watched this episode, I remember being shocked by that. I was like, oh... They actually took it there.
They pulled a Caligari.
I was like, wow, that's actually pretty crazy that they went there. I wasn't actually overly crazy about, you know, the very, very end, you know, and how they're kind of explaining things and like where he is. I think it just kind of went on too long. I always find it just kind of carries on and on. I feel like they're just kind of making up minutes, you know, to get to that 55 or 58 minute mark to make the hour episode. I just feel like it drags to like the last 5 or 6 minutes, which is a long time in a you know 55-minute episode. So I don't know, but I think honestly this episode has a lot more potential than it actually portrays on screen. I think. Do
you think it would be better? It would have been better if it was a feature. I know you already answered that, but like
I think so. I think if you explain a lot of things and just kind of, you know, maybe change around some of the mythology, and, you know, not so much change, but just kind of.
Well, I think you have to set up the characters a little better. You have to flesh out things and develop the story a little bit more. So exactly. I'm kind of with you on that. But at the same time, it did feel like sometimes they were grasping for certain things. So maybe the script just wasn't ready for what it could have been. But I mean, I do like this episode, though. I think that this one, overall, like, the story is so-so, but I did like certain elements of it. But overall, I just really like the feel and the vibe of the house, and this one just plays really well for me. It's something that I would throw on at night to go to sleep watching, or something like that. I remember when these episodes were on Netflix, I used to throw this one on. I've seen this one more than most of them, to be honest. I don't know.
I've watched it a few times too.
But yeah, I mean, I like this one. I don't love it though.
I'm exactly with you on this one. I think it's actually really solid, but I think there's a lot, like I said, more potential, and there's certain things to it that, you know, I find drag a little bit. But, you know, it's still a really good effort by Stuart Gordon for sure.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, what do you expect? I mean, it's H.P. Lovecraft adaptation, so, you know, I don't know what really else to say about it.
I think we've said what we needed to.
Yeah.
All right, so ratings. JP.
Jeremy.
Fucking asshole.
I'll go first.
Well, I'll go first.
Okay.
Same one as the last one. 7 out of 10.
I also went the same as the last one. I give it a 7 out of 10.
Oh, that's no fun. That's no fun. I also gave it 7 out of 10.
Nice.
Interesting.
Ooh, now we get one of the more interesting episodes of the series, in my opinion.
And what is the title of that episode, Jeremy?
Dance of the Dead.
And who's it directed by, Jeremy?
I have to look.
It's directed by Tobe Hooper, Jeremy.
Oh yeah, Tobe Hooper
from the
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah, so I mean, Tobe Hooper's filmography. You got Texas Chainsaw, Eaten Alive, which we've covered on the show. The Fun House, allegedly Poltergeist, Life Force, Invaders from Mars,
Chainsaw Massacre,
Part 2, Spontaneous Combustion, Night Terrors, Body Bags, The Mangler, Crocodile, Toolbox Murders, Mortuary. Man, as you list them off, they get way depressing.
Yeah, honestly, I always thought that, you know, he hasn't really done anything overly that great since, like,
Body Bags.
Yeah.
Salem's Lot in '79. I forgot about that one as well. TV film.
Oh God, Mortuary actually is one of those films that, like, you know, the first 2/3 are pretty good, and then the last third is like an abomination. It's so bad. It's actually so bad that, like, it's laughable. It's terrible. It's just so fucking stupid, man. Oh, Mortuary is such a disappointment. Like, CGI. Ugh. I don't even know what to say. It's so weird how the movie goes from pretty much practical, you know, and then the end is just a CGI mess. Abominate. Yeah. It's fucked, man.
So, you know, Mortuary was one of those films that in era 2006, I remember it coming out and I had it on a DVD. I still have it. I've only watched it that one time. And I remembered liking it a lot. But then I do remember being really bummed out about something about it. But I don't really remember it. So you're probably hitting the nail on the head in terms of what I thought of it at the time. But he also did a film recently called Djinn, and it premiered at the Abu Dhabi Film Festival and has never been heard from again. And that was in 2013.
That's because it premiered at the Abu Dhabi Film Festival.
Yeah,
they
probably fucking, you know, well, maybe, you know, Djinn is actually, you know, it's the film from Cigarette Burns. You know, it has that type of...
Yeah. We have to find it.
There's only one.
Yeah.
Maybe everybody who saw it went crazy.
Yeah, Abu Dhabi Film Festival. What the hell? Like,
what the fuck is that?
Well, it's obviously in Abu Dhabi, but you know,
who the fuck takes their movie there?
I have no idea, but it was a Abu Dhabi production, I believe. So,
oh yeah,
it's kind of a weird, bizarre thing that's out there right now, and I don't know when we'll see it, if we'll ever see it, but I just find it completely weird that it's kind of just not been talked about at all.
Q. All right, so I guess we'll get into the storyline of this one here, and so in a post-apocalyptic society, 17-year-old Peggy lives with her overprotective mother and works in a restaurant. She misses her sister Anna, who died some time ago. When two couples of punks come into the place to eat some hamburgers, Peggy feels attracted to Jack, and that's without a C, who invites her to go out on a date with him later. Peggy goes out with Jack without telling her mother, and they go across town to a dark place, the Doom Room, where the master of ceremony is the ringmaster of a freak show with the dead. The MC injects blood into the dead, and they dance on a ring for the exalted audience. When Peggy sees her undead sister Anna dancing in the show, the MC discloses the truth about her presence in the circus. Yeah, this is a fucking
weird movie, man.
The main character, Peggy, is played by Jessica Lowndes. Man, oh, she's so sexy.
And Robert Englund's, of course, in this as the MC. And Jonathan Tucker plays Jack, who was in the Texas Chainsaw remake and The Ruins. I actually like this guy quite a bit. I wish he would have did more horror films.
This is a weird fuck.
He plays one of those characters in this that, you know, you're supposed to, like, kind of hate him, but he's kind of likable.
Yeah,
at the
he's
same time.
he's actually likable.
He's a likable asshole.
Yeah,
he's a likable asshole. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? This episode right here.
What did I message you guys when I was watching? It's a fucking hard episode to try to understand what the fuck's going on when the first 10 minutes or so when you're first watching it.
Yeah. So this episode, to me, the first time I seen it, I hated it.
Yeah.
When I seen it, I believe I seen this one. I don't think when it aired. I own it on DVD, so it was when they were released on the solo edition DVDs. And I never liked this. I only seen it once, and I didn't like it. Watching it this time, I found a new level of something for it. I just like the artistic style of it that I didn't quite get at first. When they're in the car and they're driving, it's like this futuristic, like, Flash thing that's happening. I really found that very appealing, to be honest.
Yeah, it does absolutely nothing for me. Like, this episode, man, I really dislike the structure of it.
I have to get the cinematography is pretty interesting inside of the club. I have to give them that.
But also in the car with the way that the lights are coming at them, it feels like it's a psycho trip. Like, they're all getting high in the car.
But that's the exact point, is because they are, tripping on whatever the fuck they're doing.
Spray.
They're doing like weird post-apocalyptic drugs.
Spray.
Yeah, it's
Like
That was
spraying
such a
it into
strange
their
thing.
mouth.
I always thought that was so strange, but really, I don't really like the whole idea of this episode. Like, I understand, okay, this is post-apocalyptic society, mentality has changed, this is what people do for excitement now is, inject people with some type of drugs and watch them dance and they do crazy shit. I'm just like, I don't really care for it, to be honest. I've never liked this episode. I think the only good thing about this episode is actually Robert Englund's performance. I like him as the MC. He's just, you don't know if you should like him or hate him, or if he's just a total fucking dirtbag. Which
He's a pimp.
He's a complete dirtbag. That's what I like about him.
But I like his performance though. He actually just the tone of his voice, and he's just, I don't know, he fits it perfectly as that MC, as the host of this Dance of the Dead show at the Doom Room. I really enjoy that part of this. I don't like the structure of this episode at all. I don't like
Well, we learn about what happened and all that.
Yeah, I mean,
With
it's
the
like this
sister.
whole it's this whole fucking build up, and then you get explained to what the fuck is going on, and I don't know, it just feels like such a major letdown. This is one of those episodes that is filled with unlikable characters, which you actually really do hate, but you kind of understand where her mom's coming from. Her daughter was obviously, her other daughter was killed, and her mom is very kind of possessive of over Peggy for reasons, right? It makes sense.
She was a fucking bitch too, though.
But I don't give a shit, man. I'm just like, it's a post-apocalyptic society.
Yeah.
It's fucking survival, man. What do you do? What do you fucking do?
It isn't really your typical post-apocalyptic society, but it's not, though.
I find it isn't, because there's more amenities in this post-apocalyptic world than there generally should be.
And people aren't killing each other in like the middle.
Well, okay, so everybody in this world is like on drugs, but then there's like running restaurants that actually function like a normal present-day restaurant. I'm like, what? I find the tone in the setting to be very kind of misleading and off-putting at the same time. It's like, okay, people can just walk in off the streets. They're all drug addicts and they're all fucking strung out on bullshit. But then they can walk into this restaurant and just order a hamburger and get some fresh-made pie.
Yeah, but that was what I was going to say. It's like, where the fuck do they get the fruit for the pie? Fucking
that's the thing. It's actually unbelievable, right? It's like, okay, this world is so strung out.
I don't know if it's that unbelievable. I mean, the what happened wasn't like a nuclear
Devil's
bomb.
advocate.
It wasn't like a nuclear bomb. It was a disease. It was a terroristic attack, like a thing that like melts your flesh. Like, I think society will continue on after that. It's just everything's a little bit more chaotic now. I don't think this is your full blown boy and his dog like post apocalyptic, like world blew up type of post-apocalypticness. This is just a different society that was, torn down from what had happened previously.
Yeah, that's totally, that's understandable. It's, it's your opinion and, the way you've visualized it, because they really don't explain a whole lot. The way I kind of understood it was, there was this kind of nuclear reaction that whatever the fuck did to these people and shit. But I kind of took it as like, maybe it would kind of take out a lot of the stock too. But they're eating hamburgers. I don't know, man. It just seemed to me that it would have taken out a shitload of animals and shit like that, because it seems like people are fucking hungry. Like there's nothing around, but they're getting food to serve.
But didn't they mention something about like the meat though? I thought they did. I can't pull it, but I thought when they asked for food, the girl did mention something about the meat, whether it was like hard to get or something like that. I can't remember.
Yeah. They do actually. They do. But the point is,
but they still have meat.
They still have something.
So cows must be being raised.
The restaurant somewhere is functioning. I was just like, I was actually super curious, watching this episode again, like, do they pay with money? Is there still money in the society and shit like that? Like, it's a functioning restaurant, like present day. I don't know. There's just,
honestly, that doesn't bug me that much. I think that sometimes with the post-apocalyptic world, like people hold on to something that they can to remember the past world, and in some cases that might be a fucking restaurant. I never got the vibe that this world was completely fucked. I just felt like it was kind of fucked, and now it's more about society crumbling and not really physical things crumbling, like laws and rules crumbling. And they even said in the film, but that part of the world, that town over there is way more fucked than over here. This is still a functioning sort of town, but the fuckers over there keep coming over here and fucking everything up for us.
Yeah.
They say that in the film. So like where they are, yeah, they still have restaurants and streets and old people walking down the street and stuff like that. Then you got some jackasses from the next town who come and steal your blood. So I didn't really, but that's kind of
the standard in most post-apocalyptic movies, though. Really, you know, there is some, so their little town isn't as bad as we generally see it in these films, but it still could be in complete ruins, though, right? You know, that's just the way I see it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically just an interpretation. You know, we don't really fucking know anything about they don't really visually show anything.
But,
it doesn't seem like it's that much of a disaster to me, but if they're saying that like everyone's all strung out and there's all these fucking problems, and I mean they have zombies and fucking, you know, doom rooms and shit, it just seems like it's totally
but are they
far
zombies?
out there.
I just feel like it's anarchy and
the world is gone.
there's no real structure or laws, only in certain parts of the area.
I feel like they're classic zombies, not George Romero zombies. They're like I Walk with a Zombie zombies.
Yeah.
Well, I just kind of took it like, you know, the doom room is like the equivalent of, you know, the scene in The Boy and His Dog where, you know, they go to the, you know, that little camp area or whatever, and they start watching the film. You know, that's their entertainment, you know, but this is the way of the world now in Dance of the Dead. It's, you know, drugging up these zombies and watching them dance. It was just kind of the equivalent to me. That's why I figured that the whole world had just gone to shit. You know, this is what this is allowed.
But no, this is like the seedy underground, though. They're going to this seedy, dark underground where you have to know somebody to get in. Like it's not the regular world. This is just like kind of what we've devolved into in terms of their punks. This is the post-apocalyptic version of punks who are, you know, getting high and going and doing some effed up stuff, watching some weird show.
Oh no, I know it's in the underground, but it doesn't mean that. Yeah, Okay, I know, but whatever.
I mean,
it's still the point.
It's similar to what we see with frogs when you know stick the electric stuff in them and their you know their body moves. Like that's kind of what they're doing with the people. Thought it was kind of but
it is people though.
Yeah. So one scene that I will mention that kind of really impressed me was the burning of the bodies. You guys catch this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see how amazing it looked?
I
don't think it was overly that amazing.
Yeah, it was really it was like
if
blown
you
away.
knew that there was that is actual fire on actual naked people, you might be a little more impressed.
That was actual fire on actual naked.
Yeah, using like alcohol or rubbing alcohol or something like that with a gel like underneath it. But
I do that shit all the time.
But they were naked in a dumpster. That's pretty intense. I'm sure there might have been some CG added to it or something, but
there definitely was something added in there because it did look different and kind of odd. So maybe that's what it is. It's mixed with real practical fire mixed in with maybe just a little bit of, you know, oomph from.
But they mentioned
CG.
that on the bonus disc, and I was like, holy crap! I thought that looked really interesting.
I thought it looked odd though. That is interesting. You bring that up.
Yeah. So, I mean, honestly, I just think that they created, obviously, that it might not be exactly how you envision a post-apocalyptic world or how I envision it, but I thought they created a weird, interesting one that I hadn't seen before, and that's kind of what I got into.
I have to give them credit that they did something original with the post-apocalyptic world. I haven't seen anything like this before.
Yeah,
so I have to give them that.
Establish this kind of vague rules that you don't really understand what's going on, but it's still just, I found it kind of interesting. And I don't love this episode, but I was playing devil's advocate a little bit.
Yeah, I remember watching this one on TV, and it was always like pretty much one of my least favorite episodes.
It was my least favorite until I watched it the second time. I told you I hated this episode when I first seen it. I kind of seen it in a different light this time.
I still have it towards the bottom of the list, though, on my list.
Like I said, though, you know, it's not like horror. I don't think any episodes in the season are actually like, you know, to the point where it's like, damn, that's like terrible. You know, it just doesn't really do anything for me. And it's just kind of, it's not even that it's forgettable. Like I do remember things from it, but I don't get that much enjoyment out of this episode, to be honest. And that's really what it comes down to. If I'm not entertained and, you know, I mean, honestly, I could probably watch an hour of just Robert Englund just spitting and coughing up blood on stage. It was more entertaining to me than anything.
You guys felt like it was like a post-apocalyptic From Dusk Till Dawn type of a setting.
Is from what? What?
What?
Like, From Dusk Till Dawn post-apocalyptic?
No, I'm saying. Wait, what did you say?
From Dusk Till Dawn post-apocalyptic?
No.
No, I'm saying like.
Oh.
From Dusk Till Dawn, but in a post-apocalyptic
I think
setting.
he's referring to, like,
of.
you know, like this being in a bar kind of deal, and, you know, the titty twister and fucking...
Yeah, it felt
From Dusk Till Dawn.
From Dusk Till Dawn-y.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the comparison. I never really thought of it, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like I said, don't really love this one. I don't have much else to say about it. Do you guys want to go into ratings?
Yeah, I'm not really... I'll go first, since... I give this one 4.5 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm going to go in with a 5 out of 10 on this one.
I'm going to come in the highest with a 6 out of 10 on this one.
And if that was reversed, JP would be like, what? What?
Well, you guys aren't going to like my...
He would question the shit out of it, but I'm not going to because
the next one I'm probably going to get shit
because you know I'm right, and it's a pretty more solid than you're giving it credit for. No, I'm kidding. It's really is kind of a weird one that I think only certain people are going to dig, and I happen to dig it the second time watching it.
Oh boy, this next one's not going to be fun for me.
Okay, so we are moving into Jenifer, which was episode 4.
Yeah. All right. Directed by, of course, the legendary Dario Argento.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, really, his filmography is just
he's
outrageous.
A master.
Outrageous. I mean, his first bunch of films are just ridiculous. I mean, starting with the Bird in the Crystal Plumage. I mean,
what is his most notable film? Probably Suspiria, you'd say?
Suspiria. Yeah.
Suspiria is probably the most widely known film, yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's debatable what the best and your favorite is, of course, right? The two different meanings. But yeah, you know, he started off his career with that Animal trilogy, The Cat o' Nine Tails, Four Flies on Grey Velvet, which is a really...
That needs to get his
career with
Blu-ray
Bird with the
release.
Crystal Plumage.
Does that have one? Four Flies?
Wasn't that his first movie?
I already said The Bird with the Crystal Plumage, and then Cat o' Nine Tails.
Sorry.
And then, you know, you get into Deep Red, which is widely considered to be one of the better giallos ever made.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a brutal initial murder. Brutal.
Yeah, it's such an interestingly awesome film. Suspiria, you know, is duly noted as one of the most visually stunning films out there.
Last film shot in Technicolor.
Mm-hmm. Inferno, of course, a sequel to it. Tenebrae, which is one of my favorite Dario Argento films. I love the score by Claudio Simonetti in that film, which actually Claudio Simonetti did the score in this episode for Jenifer too, which I thought was fucking awesome. Yep. You know, it's just so cool that they still work together today, or, you know, up until that point. Phenomena, opera, I mean, the list goes on. The Stenzel syndrome,
Dracula 3D.
Yeah, and then of course his career is very much like Tobe Hooper's. It kind of
starts to descend. Cinescope. I'm a fucking idiot.
But I don't think his films are as bad as some of Tobe Hooper's later ones. I mean, that is of course debatable again.
I couldn't tell you, but I've heard a lot of bad things about Dracula and Giallo.
Dracula's pretty.
Well, the weird thing about Giallo is that it's not even really a Giallo film. I don't even understand the title to that. It's really fucking strange. And then Mother Tears, of course, is yellow. Is the third part in the Three Mothers trilogy, or the Mothers trilogy. So, but yeah, you know, whatever. I think his most underrated film that he has out there is probably Sleepless. That's just my opinion. I think Sleepless is a film that never really gets brought up, but anyways,
heard of that movie.
Dario Argento,
he's a master.
Jenifer, so
yeah,
cool stuff.
Jenifer, the most predictable movie in the series.
Oh God.
It's predictable.
Set up
shit,
the story
man.
first.
Predictable.
Okay. While parked in a remote spot launching Chinese food with us lunching. Who writes the word lunching?
You just want me to read the log line on the back of the fucking...
No, I'll read this. While parked in a remote spot lunching Chinese food with his partner, Detective Frank Spivey saves a disfigured woman called Jenifer from being sliced with a meat cleaver by a deranged homeless man. He feels sorry for the retarded Jenifer and takes her from an insane asylum and brings her home. Frank becomes obsessed with Jenifer, feeling lust and attraction for her lavish body. When he realizes that she is a human beast, he moves her to an isolated old cabin in the woods with tragic consequences.
Man.
I mean, to be honest, it's not Dario Argento's best work.
It's not predictable because it's set up in a format where it's a full circle film. So that's just how it's plays out. It's not.
And
that's a good point. That's a good point.
I'm not very sure if our main character has attractions towards Jenifer, or does she,
have powers,
or does something towards him that makes him,
Well, I feel like there's a lot of mystery to the Jenifer character. First and foremost, she's probably a succubus. But then again, you don't know her history. Was she beaten? As the way she reacts.
This needs to be a feature.
The way that she reacts when she's trying to please the master. It kind of makes you think of all these different things that could have happened to her in her past, and that's what I've always found so interesting about Jenifer. Is she a fucking alien? Look at her eyes. Like, you don't know. Most likely
that you brought up succubus, because generally a succubus is like, a very beautiful woman, like a demon.
So she's the ugly.
She actually
succubus.
Looks like a fucking demon. That's very seductive. I just find that quite interesting to use that word. I've actually thought of that, before also. Jenifer is a complete mystery. Honestly, there's no backstory, which I actually really like about that. That's the whole point, and that's what makes Jenifer such a good episode, because you don't really know, and you're not supposed to know anything about Jenifer. It's just this kind of fatal attraction type deal with
not really
with
about
Spivey and Jenifer. And does she have powers? Does she kind of entice him, mentally and all that type of thing that's going on?
Or is this guy just sick of everything in his life and has a complete mental breakdown after shooting a man?
Which they do actually showcase a little bit.
Yeah.
I think he's a little annoyed with his wife. He's a little annoyed with his wife. He's a little annoyed
with his son.
With his son and stuff like that. And of course, the very diminishing, when you have something like that happen in your life where you kill somebody, of course, mentally you're going to go a little fucked up, and then it just kind of spirals from there. So I think the setup with the main character is brilliant. Actually, it works. It's simple and it works because it's realistic.
Yeah, and they mention when you shoot somebody, you go to psych, and they kind of pry at it a couple different times, and I think that they showed it enough to where you could interpret it as, okay, well, maybe this guy really did get messed up. He was probably unstable to begin with. Then he shoots a guy and it really messed up his brain. Or Jenifer could have a hold over him. There's a cut that happens on his hand. Is that something to do with it? It could be, but it doesn't have to be. So I just love how there's so many different explanations that you could come up with to what's happening and why he's infatuated with Jenifer. Is it her having control over him, or is it him just seeking into something that isn't truly there? What is it? And I love that. It's up to you. What do you want it to be?
Exactly. That's the brilliance of it. It's totally up to you. How you interpret it is probably what your final outcome is gonna, showcase.
Yeah.
Do you like this episode for that or this or whatever? So, I mean, yeah, it's really open for interpretation. And I think Steven Weber, the guy that plays Frank Spivey, I like him as an actor for some reason. I don't know what it is about that guy, but I kind of like him. He's the dude that he played in the remake of The Shining, right? He was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck, his partner's annoying as fuck. I wanted to punch him in the face. God, his voice was so fucking annoying, man.
I like that dude. I like those. Man. I like those characters.
He was fucking annoying.
I just like that when he comes.
They're like Italian, dude.
Yeah. When he's like, "What the fuck, man?
Wanna go drink a beer, man?"
Because they were just kind of chilling out, eating some food, and all of a sudden, all this shit goes down. He's like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah,
that actually made me laugh a lot again. Yeah.
So this was actually created from a comic book. It was in 1974, Creepy number 63. So this story comes from a comic book. So maybe the comic book would explain more of what's going on. But I think that, as of right now, it's perfect. You don't need to know. I love the score. I love it almost has like the scenes where it's like the time lapse of car traffic. It almost has like a Beetlejuice vibe to it.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
that's interesting. I think this episode right here can go both ways. I think it can work it could work as a full length, if you explain some things, or it might not work as a full length, but I think it works perfectly as this kind of short length film. Mm-hmm. What do you guys think? Would you like to know a little bit more about Jenifer, or do you think introducing and taking away that mystery I think that actually kind of hurts it in a way. But I think you could make this into a longer film. Even you don't have to explain, But the more I think about it, I think it actually does work better as a short.
Yeah, I think it works great as a short. I think that I would prefer this one as a short. The way that the film begins and ends, I also wonder, like, is Jenifer just a normal girl with a disfigured face? She could be.
No.
Why?
That eats people?
I mean, a normal cannibalistic girl with a disfigured face.
See, I get the impression. Normal. I honestly think that she is some type of
supernatural.
Yeah.
Some type of creature. Yeah, like she's, she has obviously mostly a human body, but it's her eyes, dude. No human has fucking eyes like that. That's just crazy. Like her deformity could be a human deformity. Like she could have gone to an accident.
Human?
What'd you say, Jeremy?
You think Sloth is human?
Sloth is just like he's like.
I compared Jenifer to Sloth.
Sloth is like Michael Berryman to me.
Yeah. So I mean, but what I'm saying is, it doesn't. You can make an argument that there's a case that is there that she could just be a girl with a disfigured face. I obviously think that there is some supernatural stuff too, but I love how it's so open-ended that you can make an argument for all these different things. She does have that kind of growling, thing to her when she's having sex, but then again, we're watching it from his point of view, and he's the same guy who was under the impression that his wife wanted to get banged. But
I think that's where Argento is showcasing her animalistic tendencies and stuff. He's scratching the living shit out of her. She's growling, and then hence she is ripping apart animals and eating them too. So she is very kind of like an animal.
She's something,
E.T., some type of alien. Who knows? We don't really know. And like we said, I think it really does work. I don't really care. I think what I'm seeing, I'm enjoying, and I like that. So
you get the vibe that she's been around for a very long time and probably hasn't like aged. Like she probably has always been this Jenifer. Jenifer.
There is one interesting part in the film though that I think that he is but he dreams. So this is where I kind of figure that maybe she does have a little bit of power over him, because he's visually seeing her without her deformities at one point in the film. In a visual, it's like a daydream, or he's actually dreaming at night. I can't remember exactly.
But
he sees her without her deformity, and he's like, I think that's really when the obsession kind of starts.
Yeah, but
I don't know if it's because he becomes obsessed with her, or the fact that she has a certain power over him, because maybe that's what she does. That
or
she latches
onto
people. Or he could just
be picturing what she would look like without a fucked up face.
Exactly. So you can interpret it any way you want. I kind of took it maybe as there is something there.
Yeah. I definitely think that that's what it's probably intended to do. I just love that it's so up for interpretation, and that is an interesting scene, because that scene's often overlooked because it's very brief and it doesn't really go anywhere. You just see her without her face or without her deformities, which I love the way she looks. It is terrifying to me.
Yeah, she's
so damn creepy, dude. It's just like she'll, when she sees that little girl and she like licks her lips, I'm like, oh, God.
That's obviously referencing Frankenstein. Well, you haven't seen Frankenstein, but that's obviously influenced by Frankenstein. Moods, did you pick up on that?
Oh yeah,
totally Frankenstein.
What is?
She's throwing the flowers into the pool and Jenifer's standing behind her. In Frankenstein, there's a similar sequence.
I've seen that scene.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a very famous scene that's been mimicked quite a few times. But the scene where she looks at the little girl and then licks her lips.
There's some good gore in this episode, man.
Yeah, in the basement, when he opens that basement door and she's just going on town.
Interesting to note that this was the only episode from season 1, at least, that required cuts. They cut 2 scenes involving oral sex, and I knew that from watching the special features back when I grabbed this disc. But apparently, I just found this out, that the deleted scenes were edited into the So Hideous My Love documentary on the DVD, and I don't ever remember seeing that. So
I think it says on the back, I've actually never watched the special features on this before, but it does note that there is cut scenes. or deleted footage that you can watch. So I'm assuming that's what it is.
Uh-huh.
Maybe it's, sometimes there's special features listed that aren't there. We've come into that before.
I also do know that there was a scene that was scripted, but I don't think it was ever shot, to show Jenifer's vagina, and it was going to be like this terrible, disfigured, like chicken mush thing. And
chicken mush.
It just never made
she
the
just got
screen because
so
we're
ugly
like,
now.
we cannot show this on TV.
But if you kind of make it like a mutant vagina, like, I mean, it's almost hilarious. I don't see why not, because it's not realistic. It's kind of funny, really.
They didn't say no vaginas. They just said no penises.
If her vagina had big teeth in it, like barracuda teeth, that would be pretty awesome. I mean, it's laughable, right? I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, but I wouldn't want it to be laughable.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't want to be that guy.
There's actually a funny moment in the Masters of Horror dinner on the DVD where Landis is talking about when Argento was filming the scene with the young boy who's supposed to be like 15, and Jenifer's kind of kills him in a way. And there's like a penis, okay? And John Landis is just like everybody's just like talking about like, oh, he's 15 and like this is crazy, and John Landis is like, look at the kid's cock. Why is it so big? Why, Argento, come over here. Why is it so big? And Argento's like, why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? It's supposed to be scary. And he's like, look at his cock. It's
like that typical Italian director with no sense of humor.
It's freaking
It's not
hilarious.
funny. It's not funny.
Because Landis said like it was just ridiculous. Like he's like, why does this kid have this? And it's a funny ass moment. Watch it on the disc. It's hilarious.
I still gotta watch that. That's good.
Because everybody was talking about like, oh, like the kid's 15. Like, can we do this scene? And Landis is just over there pointing at it like, look at this thing. Why?
Good stuff.
Man. So Jeremy, why do you feel this one is not good, or why don't you like it, or why is it predictable to you?
I just think that it's not like I don't like it. I think it's interesting, and it has, like you said, some of the more ballsy moments of the series. I mean, in a few episodes we'll get to one that's, has quite a message. But this one, I just wasn't intrigued into the story like I was in some of the other stories. I mean, I'm not bashing Argento's work or anything, because he does have some interesting things going on here with Jenifer. And but like I said, I don't really like full circle type of stories. There's some in Tales from the Crypt I can't remember. Well, there's actually more than a few. But it's like, I don't know. I just wasn't intrigued with the story too much, to be completely honest. I don't know, maybe I'm just accustomed to watching Argento's giallos and films like that I'm used to him having different types of stories and things like that I'm not used to having him do something different.
I think that's actually precisely one of the reasons why I really love this episode, is because, I've seen, well, actually everything Argento's done, and, I think this one really stands out because it's interesting to watch, because it really doesn't feel like an Argento film. It doesn't really fully have that Italian feel. It has that American, cinema type feel to it. Mm-hmm. But then it's got that Claudio Simonetti fucking score to it that just kind of throws you right back into that Italian feel. So it's kind of got this mixed bag of feel for me, when I watch the film. But I really do like it. I think that he adapted perfectly. And I think it's, he made a piece of work that really does appeal for someone that's not necessarily, fully diverse in Italian cinema. Like if you just went full out and just made like an Italian, do you think it would really fit the whole mold?
No,
probably not. Right. So I think it's one of the reasons why I really enjoy this one, because it is so different. I do understand where you're coming from, though.
It's such a interesting out there film to be on Showtime or something. To me, this doesn't feel like a movie that would be targeted towards an American audience. It just doesn't to me. It's
not the most ballsy episode, though. It's not even like that.
I agree with that, but we're talking about this one right now. And I just, something about it when I'd seen it on TV. This was the first episode I seen, so maybe I am biased a little bit. This impacted me and my friends who were not horror fans. But they loved it, and I loved it, and I just thought it was so weird and out there. I'd never seen anything like that, especially on TV at the time. 2005 or whatever. And we even started calling girls Jenifers who maybe didn't have the best features in the face. So, I mean, this film.
I think I'm going to start doing that right now. That's so fucking mean. You're a dick.
I know.
That's pretty funny.
I was like 16 or something, whatever, 15, 14. I don't really remember. But
I guess JP will be doing a lot of master debating when he was 16.
I mean, this one just connected with me so much. I love this memory. It's one of these films that I consistently go back to this
nostalgic.
One. I do.
So
it definitely is. It definitely is partly why, but I still think I can remove myself enough to still see that this is a great short. This is a great TV Masters of Horror episode, and I think Moodz can probably attest to that because I think he's pretty high on this one as well.
Mm-hmm. I really tried to, kind of draw back my biasness, being biased. When it comes to, filmmakers that I really love. Like, you guys know how much I love Dario Argento's films. I'm a huge Argento freak. Mm-hmm. So I kind of try to hold that back a little bit and, just kind of take it for what it is. I don't like all his work. There's some films I actually dislike. But, I figure I just kind of rated this film on exactly how I felt about it. Mm-hmm. I was trying to hold everything back, and it just really did work for me. If I had watched this episode and didn't know that Dario Argento directed it, I would still have the same rating that I have on this.
So speaking of ratings, do you want to get into them? Jeremy, it's back to you again.
All right. Jenifer, like I said, don't be hating. It wasn't my favorite film in the series for sure. But it's definitely extremely, extremely well done, which you kind of expect from somebody as talented as Argento. But just story-wise, when I watch a film, I like to watch it for story, mostly for story. Cinematography and things like that come into play, and acting, of course, as I talked about a lot. But this story really didn't encap me that much. Was I interested in what was going on when I was watching it? Yeah, I was pretty interested in what was going on and what was happening to the main characters and things like that. But it really didn't hold me in like some of the other films did. So I'm gonna go with 6.5 out of 10 for Jenifer.
All right, so me personally, I love the full circle thing about this film. I think it starts perfectly and ends absolutely perfecly. I just love that about it. That's probably my favorite part of it is the way that it starts and ends. That's probably like my least
favorite part.
And I love watching this guy's just descent into pure insanity with this crazy woman or thing or whatever the hell it is. It's a 9 out of 10 for me for sure.
Damn.
I love this one.
It's one of my favorite things about it too is the full circleness of the episode, and I like the fact that it doesn't, it's full circle, but it doesn't end. It just keeps kind of going.
It keeps going, and you see
it keeps going and going.
You know what's going to happen in the next 8 sequels just by the way that this one ended. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
And I mean mixed with that, Claudio Simonetti,
bravo.
Score, man. Love it. I also actually came in exactly with 9 out of 10 also. That's very interesting. GP, I wasn't expecting you to come in that high.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting. Very interesting. So, yeah, Jeremy. So I figured this was going to happen with a couple episodes that we'd be, very, very different in ratings.
Just wasn't for me.
That's totally cool, though.
Yeah.
But yeah, moving along into episode 5, which is actually directed by the creator of the Masters of Horror series, which is Mick Garris.
Talk a lot.
Mick Garris is kind of an interesting filmmaker when you look at his filmography.
Mm-hmm. He is an interesting filmmaker. He loves to dip into TV, doesn't he? He's done a lot of.
He does, and Stephen King as well. He kind of. Him and Stephen King, I believe, have a decent relationship, and there's a lot of stories that he's said that he really wants to adapt one day.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's really done a lot of TV work, man. Most notably, starting his career was Critters 2. He worked on Freddy's Nightmare, which is kind of cool.
Shout out to Critter Buster.
Yeah, shout out to Critter Buster. Psycho 4, the TV film.
Great ending to that original run of Psycho movies. I like Psycho 4, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get into that.
And then I actually forgot that he did Sleepwalkers. That's another Stephen King adaptation right there.
I've actually grown to like over the years.
My favorite part in that film is when she stabs the dude in the eye and he's like, "Look what you did to my shirt, bitch."
That film tonally is
Makes
like
me laugh.
so bizarre to me. I can't. The tone is just all like it's such a weird movie.
It is a strange film. And then of course he did The Stand, the miniseries, for TV. He worked on Tales from the Crypt. He did the Quicksilver Highway TV film, which was 2 shorts in that one.
Yeah, that was all right.
He also did the Shining TV miniseries, which, some people do like and some people don't. I actually don't. I find it, it's
long.
It's a little long for me,
long, yeah.
but, it's also it's adapted, more truly to the book and stuff.
Talk about an undertaking when he signed on to The Stand, man. He had to be scared shitless.
Yeah. What else did he work on here? A lot more TV stuff. Riding the Bullet, like he did Desperation, the TV film.
Desperation was awful. That's the worst thing that he's done out of the films that I've seen.
And he worked on some other like
Bag of Bones
TV
was
stuff.
Fucking wrote Hocus Pocus. Come on, man.
He also wrote
Fucking
The Fly
Disney.
too.
Yeah, he did. He did 2 episodes, Masters of Horror, of course. Bag of Bones. So much TV work, man. Mick Garris really does. Most of his career is TV stuff. So, it's very fitting that he would create a television series.
And he was recently in Digging Up the Marrow as himself, and he was pretty funny in there. So, look out.
Hey, he likes Adam Green. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, this episode right here is actually kind of brings me and Jeremy together a little bit.
Yeah, Chicago.
It's kind of interesting. So in Chicago, the lonely Jamie works in a food laboratory of a company developing flavors with his best friend Wally. Jamie divorced his wife a couple months ago and misses a son. Jamie is on a diet, but after eating a chocolate, he becomes physically connected to a beautiful woman, seeing her through her eyes and feeling her sensations. Jamie falls in love for the strange woman until he witnesses her stabbing and killing her lover. His connection ends, and Jamie becomes obsessed for the woman. Using his memories, he discloses through driver's license of her car and some landscapes that the mysterious woman lives in Vancouver, hence me. Jamie travels to meet and help her once in Canada. He finds that the dead man wants a plastic artist and beloved stranger in the model Catherine. Jamie tries to approach the Catherine with tragic consequences. That thing's hard to fucking read. It's worded funny. But yeah, very, very strange.
Weird. One of the more original stories in this first season, that's for sure.
This
kind of
was
felt
so
like
weird to me.
Kind of felt like Chilling Visions a little bit. But
To be honest, the story is very intriguing.
Yeah.
But theoretically, it makes no fucking sense at all.
I think it's one of the more weaker. I think the weakest in the series.
I think. Okay, now this is probably the only episode in this first season that I think would work better as a true short, like a short film,
like 10 minutes.
Like you could just take this idea, but because there's things that aren't explained. Like he's creating, he eats his chocolate, and all of a sudden becomes, kind of one with this woman.
Yeah.
But I like the idea is kind of cool, but at the same time, it just makes no fucking sense, man. Mm-hmm. It makes no sense. So
see, I didn't really know. I didn't even realize that that it had anything to do with the chocolate that he created. I thought just one day he started being psychically connected to.
No, he ate the chocolate.
He actually says in the episode.
Yeah.
He notes when it happens, like he talks about, I think when he's explaining it to the police officer, because the story is told after, well, I guess that's kind of a spoiler alert, but anyways, he's telling the story to the police, of exactly what the events led up to, or what happened and led up to, his arrest and stuff. But he does explain, it all started with this piece of chocolate. I ate this, and then after I ate this, I started having these weird visions. I was able to see through this woman's eyes, and I became obsessed with her. I could smell her. I was her. I could feel her. Like there's a scene where she's masturbating, and he can feel it and you can see it and shit. Yeah, and it's like, damn, and then she murders her boyfriend, and then he's like, holy fuck, I need to solve this case. So I think the whole premise is there, but it's outrageous. Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess if you can kind of disconnect yourself from all reality itself.
Word.
What's that?
Outrageous is a good word.
Yeah, I said, if you can disconnect yourself, and put yourself in the eyes of the stranger, maybe it worked for you. But I don't know, man. This one is.
Do you think it's the weakest
dude's really
so
kooky.
far in the first 5 episodes?
What?
Do you think it's the weakest so far in the first 5 episodes?
In my opinion, yes. And
Yeah, I
I'll tell
agree
you
too.
why too. This one right here, the premise is totally outrageous, but I think it's executed a little slow at times, and it almost kind of drags. That's why, hence, I said, it could work better as like a short. Just kind of move it along real quick. But this one actually drags for a 50 or a 60-minute episode. I do kind of like the investigation because it kind of hits home with me. Like when they show the BC plates, when he figures out where she is in Vancouver, and
I know there.
Well, I mean, fuck, man. Like, where
Like that would
they're
count.
filming like Stanley Park and like the BC plates and like everything about the episode, I'm just like, damn. I mean, I fucking, used to live there, so it's very kind of nice like that. But really, there's nothing else to offer for me in this episode. I find it kind of tedious, actually, to be honest.
It was just a little. I just wasn't right. I wasn't with it. Like it didn't. I wasn't along for the ride. I was just kind of like, this isn't. I just not crazy about the idea, to be honest. And that's, I think, what it comes down to. Like the way that they used the idea, I just didn't like it.
Mm-hmm. I think just the way the whole story, even with him, is executed, because they even go, they show a scene where he's with his wife and his child and stuff, and like it feels like it just kind of strayed away. Like we don't really need to see that. We know that he's been divorced and he has problems with his wife. He explained that to his friend in the lab. Do we really need to see the wife and the child and things like that? Like as a filmmaker, like I probably wouldn't even put that in there. Like I would probably try to explain a little more things. Like I don't need
confused. Sorry, go ahead, finish. My bad.
Yeah, I don't think it's needed. I think that's why the episode is structured kind of funny and it drags and it's kind of boring because I don't really care. He's already explained that he is divorced from his wife and his child and he has problems with that and stuff. I don't need to see that. Just get into the actual story. The goodness of the story. Get into the chocolate. Get into that dark chocolate. The story. And I just feel like it just kind of jumps all over, and I'm just like, ugh, this one loses me every fucking time, dude. I find myself looking at the clock.
See,
every time I'm watching
this
this episode.
One that I absolutely would not want to watch a second time. The first time I was intrigued enough to pay attention the whole time. Like I felt like I didn't like what was happening, but I was still interested enough to see where it was going to go. How confused was you when the guy started having sex with the girl and it was through his eyes? Like what I was like, at this point I didn't know what was going on, and I was like, this is so weird.
Honestly, the first time I watched this episode, I actually was a little bit confused by that part too. I thought, because he was feeling it, I thought that he was actually having sex with the guy himself. I was like, wait a minute, no, he's actually seeing through her eyes. And like I kind of got misconstrued a little bit.
So he's kind of having sex with the guy.
I know, exactly. And then when you actually think about it, oh wait a minute, he's feeling that, so he technically kind of is having sex with the guy.
Yeah, and it's really weird.
Yeah, I know exactly where you're coming from.
Such an awkward scene.
Some gay stuff going on.
Yeah, some little gay undertones, but not that there's anything wrong with that.
No.
But
that's the way.
I know this episode it's a strange one. It's definitely probably the most odd one out of the bunch. But like I said, the structure it's fucking kind of boring. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I don't know about this one, man. I've never really been a big fan of it. So
yeah, me neither.
Sorry, Mick. Yeah, he made one of the weaker episodes, and he's the creator. That's kind of disheartening a little bit, but. I don't know, man. Like I said, some of the visuals, some of the, familiar places and shit like that, I really enjoyed seeing, but otherwise it doesn't save it for me. I can go back there anytime, so it doesn't really do anything, but.
Jeremy, you have anything to add?
No, that should be it.
I did like the friend, the 45-year-old failed rocker that puts on a fake mohawk and plays awesome, like, early 2000s rock or something. That's pretty entertaining, but again, not fully needed. I think this episode just kind of suffers from a bad script, to be honest.
Yeah.
So.
What was you thinking, Mick Garris?
Exactly, Mick. What is going on?
What do people think when they make fucking Beneath the Mississippi? They fucking have a movie and they make it.
Yeah, Beneath the Mississippi. Yikes. Oof.
Ratings?
I went last time.
I give it a 5 out of 10.
Yeah, I give this one 4.5 out of 10. It's just below for me.
I gave it a 4 out of 10.
Boo! Coming in the lowest. with
Yeah.
chocolate.
Twice in a row, but I think I might come in the highs for the next one.
Episode 6 is titled Homecoming, directed by Joe Dante.
Yeah.
Now, Joe Dante, of course, probably in horror, what do you think he's most famous for? Gremlins?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, easy.
Yeah, Gremlins. He did got a start with Roger Corman on Piranha, moved on to The Howling. Of course, he did Gremlins after that, and then The Burbs and Gremlins 2 with each other. He's always kind of leaned more later into the kid-friendly horror with The Burbs and Gremlins.
Yeah.
And didn't he actually do
The Door?
The Hole?
The Hole.
Yeah.
Which was, I actually talked about that one
you talked
a few
about
podcasts ago, and that's a really enjoyable film. Surprised the hell out of me. So, yeah, Joe Dante's an interesting director. He's not definitely into the more hardcore stuff.
Absolutely.
I think honestly, the bloodiest shit he's ever done is fucking
The Howling.
Piranha. Well, I guess The Howling. I guess in a way, I think Piranha has some bloody moments. But yeah, those are probably up there. Those two right there. Mm-hmm. It's too bad that he never, because Gremlins was actually intended to be a more hardcore film. Yeah. And they actually ended up making cuts and, taking out certain things and ultimately making it is it a PG-13 film? Or is it PG?
PG. Well, actually, I think it never even was filmed as a hardcore film. It was just written as one.
That's right. I remember some of the scenes that were cut out even out of the script was, heads rolling down hallways and shit like that. So, yeah. But, yeah, Joe Dante. Homecoming.
I'm not the over biggest fan of Dante in general. I love Gremlins. He's done some decent stuff, but like you said, he's never really he's only kind of dabbled in horror. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about him, to be honest, but
I mean The Howling is actually my favorite werewolf film.
Yeah.
And so that's interesting. I like Gremlins. I like some of the work he's done, but I never really think as Joe Dante as
a master.
I don't know, it's strange.
I just don't think of him as much of a horror guy as I do like some of these other cats.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And Homecoming.
Here's the short one. I'll read the short one this time. A hotshot White House speechwriter deals with the publicity nightmare of his life when recently deceased soldiers return from beyond the grave.
You guys obviously know why I like this one.
Why?
Because it has something interesting, and it has actually something you could actually write about. This movie has a pretty, it's obviously blatant. It has a pretty interesting.
It's too in your face, man. It's literally,
This one
a propaganda film. What do you expect?
Oh, I like the idea of this film a lot. I think the idea of this film is really good.
Yeah,
really good. It's
a propaganda film. It's nah.
So what, Jeremy? Why don't you go first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tell me why it's good.
Why it's good? Because for the first 5-6 episodes of the series, we really didn't have a plot-driven, interesting story. I know you guys think Jenifer and stuff like that, but it's just something I was really intrigued with where this story was going, and zombies not coming back to life and killing everybody and eating people and stuff like that. Then Dante decided to take a different approach on the zombie genre and make it more. I guess obviously political.
Well, politically driven, but the overtones of the politics in this is that's what it's about, really.
Yeah, and as I've talked about, numerous times on the show, I like to watch movies to read between the lines of what's being said, and this movie has it all over, and
there is no lines to read between. It's quite literal.
No, this one is very, very literal. I like how they actually poke fun at, things
but he's like Bush even sounds like Bush, but they didn't use Bush.
Yeah. Well, he was actually specifically told to, you can do whatever, but just don't say any specific names.
This one is so blatantly in your face, though, there's a scene in this film where, they kind of poke jabs at, Florida.
Yep.
With the voting and stuff, it totally plays into the whole episode because the point of the episode is, these soldiers coming back from the dead to voice their opinions about how they're against the war. They died for nothing, and they want to vote against it. They're basically there to vote against anybody who's willing to stop the fucking war, right? And then of course they joke about well, how many zombies is there? And they're like, well, 200-300. But he's like, well, that's obviously not enough to sway to vote. And then they're like, Florida, So I kind of like those whole aspects of the episode. I thought it's kind of interesting. I really think that this is actually one of the best ideas for an episode.
I agree.
But I think it's executed really slow and kind of boring, man. I understand the episode and exactly what it stands for. And like I said, like I have this noted, like great premise, one of the best, slow and boring. And I get the fucking point, man. I think it just drags and drags. And
see, my thing here is I will agree with the simplest of the ideas of the dead are coming back who were killed in war to stand up against the war. I like that idea. However, I feel like it was that was the only. It's a political film with zombies in it. This would have worked as a super short film, like 10 minutes or something. This isn't a horror film. It's really not. I feel like it's just way too focused on the political side of it. I know that's exactly what it's supposed to be, but that's why I feel like it should have been just like a 10-minute film. I don't know. It's too in your face. There's no hidden message. It's we've seen this said before. He's not saying anything new.
Not at this time, though.
I think they go so over the top in this because
name another post. Go ahead, Moodz.
It's explained in the episode, that these zombies are coming back to voice their opinions, by voting. But then they have the zombies even talking. They actually literally give them a voice.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, now we're getting a little fucking
That's what I'm
much
saying.
here. I'm like, I understand the point of them coming back. That's their voice. We don't actually need to hear them talking. But I do like the fucking fact in this episode when they do vote and they voice their opinion, they fucking die. They rest right away. I really think that's brilliant, actually. I think that's actually works. But I think them talking.
I wasn't a fan of the ending.
The endings. The ending sucks.
The ending's
but I do the whole voice thing. I hated the fact that they were talking and like the one guy doing the press conference and stuff. I'm like, oh my god, seriously? I don't know. I think it just went a little bit too far. Just kind of dragged and stuff. So I understood it. They got their point across with them rising from the dead and voting. So
see, the thing is, okay, Jeremy, I agree. Like it may have not been done at the time in film that I could think of at the top of my head, but I feel like the message that he's delivering is so obvious that the only interesting thing is that the way that, okay, they came back to voice their opinion and they're zombies, like implementing the zombie thing to it. But I don't think the overall message is anything that everybody doesn't agree with anyway, in terms of like people, you can't just say that somebody was happy that they died for their country when you don't know if that's what they was thinking. So like I think it's quite obvious, and I don't really feel like there was any like big message here or anything like that.
Well, they did hint at the fact that like the soldiers were just kind of duped into it, and they kind of tried to stress that a little bit, that they were told one thing, but they were sent over here and they were led to believe that there was actually weapons of mass destruction, because they even say that in the episode, like blatantly out, and then they come to realize that there wasn't, but they weren't being pulled because they wanted to continue this war, but then they fucking died. So that is the actual whole point of the them coming back. So like I said, man, I'm actually very not a political person. Like I try to not talk politics because it really, really gets me fucking heated. Like I have had some of the worst conversations with people about politics, so I really try to stay out of it. I enjoy certain things to a point, but I really don't like to talk politics. But so this one, I like the idea, but for me, it totally doesn't. It doesn't.
It just fell a little short for me. I thought it was interesting enough. I liked it more this time watching it than the first time I seen it, because the first time I seen it was when it aired, and it was just way over my head. I didn't care.
Thing I like the premise the most. I think that's what I'm going at with the film. The characters, nah. Especially the lady.
Well, I
she
think the
just didn't
characters are
work for
precise,
me.
though. I think they kind of nailed it on the head with the characters, because a lot of these people that are in those political
Yeah.
parties and shit, they're all fucking scumbags. She even says, "We say what we want to. We want to.
Mhm.
You know, we give the people what they want to fucking hear." And he's like, "Do you honestly believe that?" And she's like, "Yeah. I mean, we say what we need to say. They're fucking dirtbags." And that's really how politics work, though. I mean, 95% of the time, what politicians are spitting at you, they're not going to deliver. You're voting for the biggest non-liar.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? So they hinted this in the episode, and I think that was kind of brilliant too. But this episode's straight up. There's no beating around the bush in this at all. They
But now
did
you're
it straight
like
up.
we talked about the ending.
It is a little bold.
Yeah.
Not the
The
ending.
ending.
It's very-
The ending's
the
crud.
film. The
The ending is
It's
definitely
very
the
blunt.
weakest part is the fucking ending. What?
My-
I don't buy what happened.
I just feel
whatsoever.
like the wish thing where he like wishes and like I feel like it's a little hokey and just it's kind of silly. I almost wish they would have they came back all of a sudden. Just one day they started coming back. I don't need to know that he like wishing them back. It kind of is a little like almost like
That's bullshit.
Disney-esque like type of shit. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I thought that was complete horse shit too.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'll admit.
I do like this one. I just do not love it at all. I just find it to be okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Moodz,
Yeah.
it seems like you didn't like it whatsoever.
Yeah, this one, like I said, the premise is good. I find this one to be the most boring episode, though. To be honest.
Absolutely.
I find it so boring. Like it's such a shame though, because the premise is good. It's such a weird one. Like I can't remember the last time I watched something that had like such an awesome premise, or like I shouldn't say awesome, like interesting premise, but then was just so boring at the same time. I don't know.
I think
man.
they repeat themselves way too often. There's things that could be cut out. You know, the fucking phone call. They never really talk about when the zombie, let's just say bashes somebody's head against the fucking drawer. That's never played out whatsoever, and it's like, I had a problem with that scene too.
Yeah, they showed so much aggression in there, which
Which doesn't make sense. What happened?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense actually, and that's good that you noted that, because that's something I thought about too. Because throughout the whole episode, it's duly noted that the zombies are not there to be hostile and kill people; they're there to voice. But then all of a sudden, this one just loses his fucking shit. Maybe because he's being tested on. I don't know. Maybe that's their explanation for it. But he just loses his shit and fucking takes this guy out.
He's not being tested
hey,
on.
listen. Sometimes private piles end up in the military, and sometimes they come back as zombies.
I guess that's the only explanation, man. So I don't know, man. This is an interesting one. I knew I had a really strong, idea that Jeremy was really going to enjoy this one, because
this one, it's just
from his perspective, it makes a lot of sense, because you could probably explore this one a lot.
I don't necessarily know if you can. I mean, because what they're saying is so you can't. It's not up for interpretation or debate. They're quite literally saying exactly what they mean. So there's not much you can pull from it and examine for yourself and turn it into something, because it's right there in front of you.
Yeah, this one's really blunt, and it's kind of given to you on a platter.
Mm-hmm.
There's not really a whole lot more. I mean, if you wanted to go there, exactly. But just from what his opening statement was, that's what I was referring to.
Yeah.
But yeah, Homecoming ratings.
Moodz.
I give this one also a 4.5 out of 10. It's another one I just boring.
Jeremy.
Me? All right. 7.5 out of 10.
It's funny because I give this one a 5.5 out of 10. I do consider it above average. I mean, it might not sound like it from my review,
every time,
but I was kind of
my ratings every
surprised
single time,
because you seemed to like it more than me, and it was below average.
No, I said I really like the premise of it, but this is so boring to me. It's so boring. I honestly, I am so bored by this episode.
You have watched it a few times now, probably.
Yeah, 2 or 3 times.
I don't know.
Least,
like, I liked it more this time than I ever had before. The only other time I seen it was when it came out and everything went over my head. It just was weird to me.
Yeah, this one has always been.
You want to know the funny thing about this episode?
What's
it's
up?
probably the most popular episode in the first season, I think.
No way.
Critically wise, next to Carpenter's episode, I think like this is like the one episode that I hear people talking about.
That's because
the
it's
most.
Yeah, but critics are
politically driven, and I don't know. That's just...
critics latch on to that type of shit all the time.
All right, so moving along to episode 7, which is titled "Dear Woman," directed by John Landis.
Oh, what a kooky one this one is.
Johnny Landis, man.
John Landis tackled a
Dear
story about a dear woman, and it's quite literal.
Yeah, obviously, most notably, American Werewolf in London.
Yeah, John Landis is probably the oddest director in the first season.
Well, I've always felt like it was such a weird thing that John Landis has been lumped into horror so much, considering his palette of work. And
I know.
You always hear John Landis brought up. And what has he done in horror? American Werewolf in London.
That's about it.
And Twilight Zone the movie.
I know, and I've never understood this. I've never understood. I don't know.
Why is he a master?
I don't know.
American Werewolf in London is damn good.
Exact. Okay. Same with fucking. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know, but it's still strange though.
It's just funny because even with like the Community, he's always talked about as one of the masters. It's funny to me. So want to hit up the plot with this one, Moodz.
A haired, burnt-out cop believes that a recent string of murders prove that the murderer might be a deer-like creature in the form of a beautiful woman, right from a local Native American folklore legend. Now, given that premise right there, you're like, oh my god, this fucking sounds so stupid. But you know what? I will say, it's actually kind of retarded. I mean, I've never heard of this folklore legend. Did they just make up this?
No, I think it actually exists.
Okay, so I'm not really much for folklore. I don't really know much about those things. But if this is actually true, it's interesting that this actually be materialized as a folklore,
the one
legend, because it's so strange.
The thing that I give John Landis the most props for is to take something that sounds so idiotic to me and actually make it not only tolerable but enjoyable and not as stupid as it sounds.
I think it's because of the main character. Like, I think in the entire first season, our main character is probably the most likable and enjoyable character in the entire first season
of the show.
So he is so enjoyable and likable, and you just want more from this guy. Like, I wish, I could totally see this guy in a whole series of movies just following him, because he's fucking funny as hell, man.
I love the officer that just tags along with him because he's got really nothing better to do. Yeah. And he's enjoyable too, man.
Yeah.
he's just like a regular cop too. Like, he's not like
man. He's literally
detective.
like a traffic cop. Yeah, and okay, so the deal is with the detective. What's his name? Faraday. Is it
Dwight Faraday?
Dwight Faraday. Yeah, Faraday. So he was once an actual detective. Investigating murders and murders. And something happened, I won't even get into what happened with the backstory, but
some unfortunate accident.
Yeah, happened. And then basically he went off because he was forced to go off work. And then when they brought him back, they put him on Animal Attacks, Detective Animal Attacks, which is so fucking funny in itself. It adds to the quirkiness of the episode because there's no such job. And, but his personality kind of fits it so perfectly that he's kind of quirky and he's working these quirky ass cases. And of course, one thing leads to another. This guy's killed at this truck stop, and they investigate it. And
one of the things that I think was done so well is the investigation was literally done perfectly, because you have to have an appropriate amount of disbelief between the characters, and they nailed that. They're like, what what? And I think what sold it was the Native American guy who was like, it's a legend. He tells it. He's like, what the hell are you talking about? This is a legend. He's like,
you stupid Americans.
I laughed so hard when I first watched this episode. I was like, how stereotypical is that they end up in an Indian casino?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm like, it's so fitting, but that's brilliant that they did that, though.
Uh-huh.
It's so good. And then, of course, they get the whole mythology and the folklore story from a native inside the casino. It's just so fitting.
Yeah.
It's perfect. It's
And
fun writing.
It's funny because he's obviously so modernized that the story is complete bullshit to him. And these people are buying into it, and he's like, what the hell are yins doing? It's a story. It's a legend.
Jeremy picked up on that, too, that the native speaks, like, perfect fluent English. He has, like, no accent at all.
Like totally like fucking Western stereotype type of shit happening right now.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah,
I like
so
the fucking
that chick,
autopsy. The fucking coroner, she was cool.
Oh yeah, she was cool. I did like her. She was definitely cool. But the deer woman is really hot, dude.
She's so hot. She has the nicest
really
tits,
hot.
man. Nice tits.
Man, they couldn't have picked a better one, man.
And you know what?
was
They
good-looking.
do talk about that, how they was having the most hardest time to find a girl to play this part, because one, she had to look kind of Native American, right?
Yeah.
And two, it was a non-speaking role, so she had to completely act and seduce purely on looks and, you know, body.
Nice titties.
Body language and mannerisms. And they said that they just couldn't find somebody, and at the last minute they found like a model and she could also act.
And she's willing to show her boobies.
Oh man, she's so sexy.
Even though they're fake, they're fucking nice looking. Nice boobs.
Yeah, but oh man, this episode's so quirky. Like,
I love the main
just
character.
even from like the cops, like the scene where, you know, basically the one detective's all pissed off and he's talking to the chief about like why Faraday's on this fucking case, and and then he states his case, and then, you know, the chief obviously gives Faraday the case. And like the dude in the background just making all those sneed remarks, just getting shit on, just adds to them. I just love it, man, because it's not so over the top. It's just fun, and you're just like, you always have that cop, you know, he's just always doing that type of shit. I really enjoy that, but
this is definitely one of the more fun episodes.
I think this actually
fun,
is the funnest episode in the first season.
Compared to like Pick Me Up, it's a pretty fun episode.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
But yeah, one of my favorite scenes, though, you know, as the detective, he's trying to figure out, you know, exactly what the fuck is going on. Because he's in disbelief, too. Is like, really, a deer woman? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And then he's laying in bed and he's going through these different scenarios. And like, it kind of plays out. And then he's just like, yeah, right. And then another one plays out and he's like, fucking retarded. And like, I'm just pissing myself watching these because they're so outrageous, but they fit so well into the story. It's like, oh my God. Because the whole story's ridiculous.
That's what I was saying about it. The perfect level of disbelief from the characters. And the one where he pictures the guy in like a giant deer suit.
And he has like the head on. I just pissed my pants laughing.
That's
so
good.
funny.
I really like this episode.
Yeah, I have so much fun with this one, man. Oh, it's so good.
And I love when she gets at the end with the car. It's fucking funny as hell, man.
Yeah.
It had me laughing. I want to know how they found him, though, because he never fucking called the backup or anything.
Yeah, he did.
But they didn't, like, follow him.
Yeah, but how about the dude when he's in the thing and he's like, I'm so fucking stupid.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
It's actually
going to happen.
Yeah, oh, man. I mean...
Even though he was drunk, he knew he was fucking stupid.
It sounds so stupid, right? Like the deer woman, but it really is an awesome time.
Actually, that part right there when he's like, have you seen her feet? Have you seen her legs? Have you seen her legs? And he just like stops and he's like, I'm fucking stupid.
Yep.
Yeah.
But then you see her legs and it's just fucking laughable.
Oh, it's so funny. It's so good.
Yeah.
But, you know, the funny thing is it's actually made really well. Like, you know,
there's some awesome the tracking shot when he's walking around the corner and he stabs the dude. That's a really nice fucking shot. And that's, you know, there's no cuts. And it's just a tracking shot, but it's like, it's done. It's really well done, that one shot.
Yeah, man, there's a hospital a couple blocks away from here. Let the doctor take it out of you. I love that, man. He's just pissed right off. It's a good scene, man. I actually know exactly where they shot that, too. It's kind of interesting. But what a fun. That's all I can really say. It's just a fun,
I think
goofy episode.
in agreement that it's a really
goofy.
fun episode.
It's goofy.
Yeah, it's definitely one that I would highly recommend.
It's not as goofy as you would think, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's still goofy.
I know it's actually kind of hard to explain, right? Because you're thinking like, there's different type of humor where you're like pissing yourself laughing, or you're just like, haha, or that's so stupid. It's kind of funny.
It's kind of like Black Sheep in terms of I was expecting just full cheese, and it was actually well done and not full cheese.
I love the main character, like I said.
I think that's really what the best part, what really sells this episode is the lead.
Yeah. The
lead character and his acting, the way he delivers everything. Just, I don't know. You just really kind of get
so likable.
He's so likable. You can kind of relate to him. You're just like, yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
He kind of takes everything for face value. It's like, I don't know. It's interesting. Fun episode.
Cool. Jeremy.
But yeah, and there's actually some pretty decent the bodies that get mutilated in this shit, man.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we got another one.
Yeah.
I love the scene actually in the morgue, or not in the morgue, I guess, where is that what they call it? The morgue? I don't know. But anyways, she's working on the body, doing the autopsy, and so she's talking with the detective, and she's sitting there eating a sandwich like no tomorrow. Yeah. Got this big pile of gut body all mangled up. I fucking love that. It's a nice touch. That's all I'm saying. So, Dear Woman.
Yeah.
Ratings.
Me.
Show.
Okay. Definitely one of my favorite episodes of the season. I like this one more than Homecoming, even though I didn't, it's fun. If you want a goofy, fucking stupid fucking episode that you could just sit back, like this is an episode you would watch with other people and piss your pants laughing when you're watching it. It's something you just put on in the background and, watch, even though it's only an hour long. So it's fun as fuck. 8.5 out of 10.
All right. If you're like me and don't like a lot of stupid sounding things sometimes, give this one a shot, because it's not like that. I don't even think it's that ridiculous. It works perfect for me. This is a very good episode. Definitely check it out if you've never seen it. I would actually say that this is one of the episodes that you might want to check out first if you've never seen any of these. And I give it a 7.5 out of 10.
Nice. Yeah. Such an interesting episode. I actually came in with an 8 out of 10 on this one. It's just, it's goofy fun. What else can I say? So, all right. So moving along to episode 8, of course, is titled Cigarette Burns and directed by
Mr.
the one and only John Carpenter.
Jonathan Carpenter. To you.
The third.
I mean, what can we say about Jonathan Carpenter?
Besides JP Master debating all over him, yeah.
He's got one of the finest, filmographies. He's done a lot of great films. I mean, not so much recently. I think his most recent film was The Ward in 2010, which I didn't care for. Actually, at all.
Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah, I was not a fan of The Ward whatsoever. But man, the early part in his career, ridiculous.
Yeah,
I mean,
good,
Assault on Precinct 13, Dark Star, which is such an odd kind of
But even like that Mars movie's not too bad.
Halloween, The Fog, Escape from New York, The Thing, Christine, Big Trouble in Little China, Prince of Darkness, They Live. Body Bags, In the Mouth of Madness, which I fucking love so much. Village of the Damned, I believe, is where he kind of hit a mark in his career. Not an enjoyable remake for me.
Can't have too many hits in a row.
Yeah, I don't really care for it. Escape from LA, I actually enjoy it, that movie. LA, it's okay. Vampires, I think, is highly underrated. I think it's fun, but John Carpenter, great director.
Yeah, I actually like Ghost of Mars more than most people.
I like Ghost of Mars.
It's okay. I don't hate the movie at all, but
I saw it at Family Video. I was close to buying it because I don't have it.
Mm-hmm.
I was close.
Okay. Yeah, Cigarette Burns, which I believe was one of the last episodes from 2005, actually, from the season.
Mr. Remus.
Yeah. All right. So with the torrid past that haunts him, a movie theater owner is hired to search for the only existing print of a film so notorious that its single screening caused the viewers to become homicidally insane.
God, it's such a fucking awesome premise.
It's such a great premise.
It's so good.
Everything about this episode, I think, is is really cool, man. I like the whole premise of
A film making people
that
go
mysterious
insane.
one
Yeah.
and only showing, and how the fuck did this movie? What is so special about this film that it made a whole entire crowd go insane?
Yeah.
And that's where you step in. Udo Kier's character, which the fantastic and famous Udo Kier's in this film, he plays the film collector who is
I want to be a
obsessed with
film
this.
collector.
Obsessed with this film. I don't really want to say the title. It's a French title.
Yeah.
It's said a million
Of course,
times.
of course, it's French.
But he's obsessed with this certain title, and he has to have it. So he calls in Norman Reedus, of course, from The Walking Dead. And Norman Reedus' character is a film hunter. This is what he does for a living. He actually hunts down rare prints of film and, for collectors, and he goes around the world and he gets paid to do this.
Best job in the world.
So that's the premise of the film. Kier pays this guy $200,000. Of course, Norman Reedus' character, he has, a problem with, I guess it's the owner of the.
This is his girlfriend's dad, right?
It's his girlfriend's dad, and I believe he owes him exactly $200,000 for whatever reasons or shit like that. But anyways, Norman Reedus actually runs and owns a theater, which is the Vogue in Vancouver. That's fucking totally awesome. Been in there many times. Very cool place. But I love that they use that. So that's kind of an interesting premise. He's obviously a film
lover,
and the whole premise of this is it's screaming fantastic.
If I had one job, if I was able to have one job in this world, I would be a projectionist, man. I think that'd be the fucking funnest job in the world.
I love the character.
There's not that many opportunities these days to be a projectionist, JP. You have to go to an art house theater, which has a film projector, and then at that point, good luck taking the person's job who's been working there.
Hey, you picked it as your number one.
I would love to have that job, man.
So, I love the supporting character of the projectionist in this film, that he's obsessed with, he cuts out cigarette burns from, actual, awesome prints and stuff. I love that, because they're screening, it was Deep Red. They were screening Deep Red in the film, Argento's Deep Red, and of course he cuts out, or he slices out a cigarette burn and puts it in his little binder of famous. I love that premise. That's so nerdy. That's so fucking nerdy, but it's so cool. I like that. So anyways, thoughts on this episode?
So the film, it was Le fin absolu du monde, which means the absolute end of the world or something.
Yeah.
Isn't that what it means?
Which is fitting to,
Yeah. So I love like you said, the idea, because it appeals to us so much. This was the type of episode that was made for us, because I think we all kind of would fantasize about there being this lost film that is just so insane that it was covered up, and it really just wets your whistle. You're kind of oh man, that would be amazing. I think we all kind of wish there was something like that. So yeah, I'm definitely with you on the setup of it. I found that the mystery of the film, that's the problem when you do something, when you describe something as the worst or the craziest or something so bad, because then you can't show it, because then it's never going to live up to what you just said. So I find that always to be the problem with these type of stories.
Did you find it a problem with this episode? Because me personally, not really.
It's the mysterious. It's like Jenifer, not
it is
knowing.
the mystery of this film.
Yeah,
it works so good. You don't fucking need to know, really. I mean, obviously, we would all like to know what it is. Yeah,
for a second, for not too long.
They show a good bit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
it's kind of like The Hills Run Red, right? The Hills Run Red did this after.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but I love that idea.
Yeah, Udo Kier's screening room is fucking awesome. That thing was in his house.
Is that his actual house?
Well, I mean, that's what they showed. It was probably the actual theater that they filmed in there, but that's supposed to be in his house, because he was, his whole life was devoted to film. And
was that in Vancouver?
Yeah, that was.
I'd love to go see
the scene. The scene where Norman Reedus goes. He gets dropped off on the street. So that's on Granville Street, and he tries to get into his theater, and it's locked.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually the Vogue Theater. Yeah, you can look it up. It's actually really famous. Apparently, it's haunted too. It's kind of funny, but I've read lots of stories about those. It's really, really, it's one of those when you walk in there, you're just like, this is totally what a theater should be. You know, they're very cool. But it's very cool that they use that. And but yeah, I don't know. I think the casting in this film was awesome. I really like Norman Reedus as the film hunter. I thought he was fantastic. Udo Kier isn't in the film a whole lot, but you know, Udo Kier is always creepy as fuck in everything he does, and he's such a good bad guy, you know. Even though not necessarily, well, kind of, but
bad guy.
He is, but he's just kind of mysterious too with the shit. He's obsessive, weird. I don't know, but it's good casting because Udo Kier is awesome.
It's kind of hard to sound like we're not being biased here because of Johnny Carpenter. It's just an interesting idea. And
it is the premise of this film. Yeah.
And as Moodz probably thinks, unlike Homecoming, this one isn't boring.
No, this one's definitely not boring.
No.
It's not boring at all.
Do you think this could be fleshed out to a feature?
Yeah.
And work?
I mean, we kind of seen it with The Hills Run Red.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
I mean, I could
totally
see this one not having.
Film, though.
Yeah, I could see this one not having, the CG that The Hills Run Red had. But
and I like that movie.
I like it too, but it's to me, it's not. I probably don't like it as much as you, but I
don't love it, but I like it.
I think this one could be explored as a full length feature and still keep. I don't know. I think this one could work as a full length. That's just me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just the idea. I just want to see a lot more of that film type of atmosphere. And
it would be like a cool reality TV show, like trying to hunt down lost films.
You follow the character of Norman Reedus?
No, but like an actual like real show of like some guy who like goes around and tries to find lost film prints.
I mean, there are a few out there.
Of like,
well, that's what I'm saying. Like Kirby. You follow like this Kirby type character who travels the world looking for rare prints for rich assholes.
Not for rich assholes, just to like uncover lost prints of films that are like thought to be lost.
Well, the reason that because it's not that easy, right? That's why it's a movie. But the show would probably be it wouldn't be as interesting as this movie.
No.
I found that the scene with
but you have to edit it.
The man obsessed with reviewing the film was awesome. I'm thinking like this guy has spent his whole entire life just writing a review on this film because there's so much to say about it and it kind of adds just to the mystery of the film as well. Because it's like, what the hell could he have possibly? How could you find that many words about this, hour long movie or whatever? Like, because you got these stacks of papers everywhere, and it's like,
I love that.
It's like, you mean this is all one review?
I love that scene where Kirby says that he's like, this is the same review, and the whole room is just stacks of paper. It must be like 10. It must be like 150,000
He's like, I'm almost done.
It's so fucking funny, man. But yeah, I think that part really works though. It's just,
I think the whole thing
it's the
works.
film of all films, that it's just going to extreme levels to explain that there's endless words to describe this type of film.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of cool. I really like the whole premise of like, Kirby's Norman Reedus in the film, kind of it's happening to him, with the cigarette burns and how they explain what the cigarette burns are. So I actually really enjoy that, man.
I like that part, but I'm not absolutely crazy about like the film making people go insane. Like I would have much preferred if it was just this film that showed something so horrific that they could never show it again. Like,
why?
I love the premise of a film doing what it did to people. Yeah, I think that it's a simple idea, but
that happens to us sometimes when we watch fucked up things. It doesn't make us go insane.
Maybe not to those extreme levels.
But it makes us stay in. It stays in our heads, and it fucks us up a little bit. Like you still talk about The Girl Next Door. That didn't fuck you up a little bit the first time you watched it.
Yeah, but I feel like that's just on such a smaller scope, like, I'm not saying that what he did was wrong, but I'm just saying, like, I like it being in the realm of possibility. Like, the idea that, like, there is this, like, lost film out there, and, like, this guy's trying to find it. Like, to take it to where they went it made people go insane. Almost to me takes it into like a supernatural level with the angel and stuff. And I don't know. I just personally, I feel like it could have worked without having that stuff. But I still like it for the way that it was told anyway.
All right, so guys, we got some ratings here. Jeremy?
Yeah. Cigarette burns. 9 out of 10.
I'm definitely coming in a little lower on cigarette burns. I came in at a 7.5 out of 10.
Interesting. Yeah, I kind of figured this was going to happen. For what it is, and, you know, for an episode of Masters of Horror, it's by far, you know, my favorite episode. I give it a 10 out of 10. It's absolutely everything I look for in the episode, so.
Nice.
10 out of 10. You don't
get many of those out.
Didn't give a 10 to Battery, but you give a 10 to this.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I wasn't expecting any 10s this episode. I figured maybe there would have been one, but I wasn't expecting it to be this one. So,
it's the ratings based, because it's like a short little film. I don't know. It just really, I've always been so drawn to this episode.
I do remember you always being high on it. I remember a lot of people being high on it. I don't know what it was. This was the first time I seen it, so maybe there was some overhypeness for this one for me. I want to say that there wasn't. I was hoping that there wasn't, but I liked it. But it was really good. But I just wasn't. I wasn't blown away.
Mm-hmm. All right, so moving along to episode 9. From 2006, actually. This one's titled The Fair-Haired Child, directed by William Malone. Probably the most... I don't know. I wouldn't say he's the most notable director out of this season.
Yeah.
Probably the least known is what I'm getting at, really. He's done some pretty interesting titles, though. Interesting... per se, I guess. I mean, he directed Creature from 1985, which was
his filmography just isn't as heavy hitting as the other directors. Even John Landis, his one lone horror film was a damn good one. I have actually never seen any of this guy's films early on. I only seen House on Haunted Hill and Fear.com.
Fear.com, that movie's interesting. I haven't seen it in a long time.
It's funny. I watched that movie when it first came out, and I didn't care for it at all. And then I watched it years later, and I don't know. It kind of worked better for me. I don't know what it was, but he directed 3 episodes of Freddy's Nightmare, which was kind of an interesting thing. 5 years after he directed Creature, it's kind of strange. It just all of a sudden pops up. Hey, you want to direct some Freddy's Nightmares? Okay. So that's really all I know him from. Interesting. So William Malone, not a whole lot to say about him. He's kind of the black sheep of this of the Masters of Horror, in my opinion, I guess. But
yeah, definitely.
Whatever. The Fair-Haired Child from 2006. A warlock couple abduct a young teenager girl to sacrifice her to the mysterious and evil entity as an offering to resurrect their long dead boy.
Yeah, this one has like a chained Girl Next Door type of a feeling to it. Not as hardcore, but
I'll just come out and say it. This is my least favorite episode.
I think the problem is with this one for me is that the story kind of makes sense, but at the same time it doesn't. Mm-hmm. There's a part in the story where it's like, okay, they need to sacrifice 12 kids to resurrect their child in full, and I'm like, where does this come from? Like, who makes the rules here?
The child's already there.
I know, it's so fucking strange. It's like, but they keep having to sacrifice this. There's plot holes in the story that I think this is what really hurts this story, this episode, is that for me it's just like okay. Mm-hmm. And this one for me is a little boring at times, but it's more the story. It's more the story. You're kind of going, oh,
I just don't really care for anybody that they casted in this film, and that's one of the things that hurts it for me. I will say that the thing is kind of creepy. Like, the first time I seen it, I was like, whoa. Like, it's like chilling on the ceiling and stuff. Like, it's kind of creepy to me, but I don't.
Big fucking head.
Yeah.
Yeah, his head is fucking huge.
I always think of this when I think of, I'm like, big fucking head.
BFH.
Yeah, big fucking head. I don't know.
But
I don't know. There's elements to this. Like, okay, the first time I watched this episode, I will admit that I actually jumped in a part in this.
Wow, that's shocking for you.
I know, man. The part where she's riding her bike. The part where she gets abducted, that actually made me jump. I'll never forget it because it startled me. I was like, what the fuck? Like, you don't see that very often. Like, just come, especially where she was riding her bike. She was like in the woods practically.
Uh-huh.
To me,
man comes out of nowhere. I'm like, what the fuck?
The high point of this episode, and this is the high point, was when the setup, when she called her mom and she's in the like what you think is a hospital and things like that. I was like, oh, this is interesting. This is kind of creepy. And then it's kind of decent from there. I think it's very average, to be honest. Like the story, like you said, there's some plot holes there. I thought the creature was decent looking. It was kind of creepy. I thought the setting in the basement looked kind of cool. I mean, there was a lot of dust and stuff. The guy couldn't talk because his throat had been choked and stuff.
Yeah,
I didn't really
people
care
under
for
the
that.
stairs, though.
Yeah, but Roach's tongue was cut out.
Same shit. Here we go. You're getting an argument about roaches.
There is certain things in this episode that I do like. Like I said, the part where she gets abducted, and I kind of liked. I mean, I didn't really like her, but I don't remember what her fucking name is. She's the girl from A League of Their Own. She plays the mom in the film. Anyways, I don't know. I hadn't seen her in such a long time that when I saw her popped up, when I saw her pop up in this, I was like, oh, okay. I can't remember.
She's in a Pauly Shore movie as well.
Wait. I'm gonna go phone my mom. My mom. It's so Canadian.
LOL.
Mom.
Americans don't say mom.
We say mom.
We say mom.
We say both. It depends on how you're using it.
Just like how you're gonna phone somebody.
Dude, I don't think you realize, but it's in different contexts, right? I use the word call all the time. I actually say, give me a shout.
All right, dude, why you gotta bring this up?
I don't know. You do realize that you guys are more the oddities than anything, right?
No,
but anyways, I understand you guys can't get past that, though. It's kind of funny, but no, we have different contexts. We don't, just have one word for one thing. But I don't know, man. I like the scene where they fucking throw the chick down where the stairs would be leading to downstairs. I kind of like the viciousness of that. But this episode right here doesn't really have a lot to offer, to be honest. Like I said, the story is so full of holes. I just wish they would explain why they need to keep sacrificing. Okay, the way I kind of took it was like, do they have to, sacrifice? Is it like a piece of every time they sacrifice, is it like a certain amount, like a percentage to resurrect us? I don't know. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Well, what I got from it is just a deal. It's a deal with the witchcraft devils. It's like, you bring me 12 kids and you can have your son back.
I guess, but like, the fuck's with the 12?
Because the way it ends, it kind of clears that up a bit. I didn't like the ending.
Because wasn't the kid 15 at the time?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was 15 when it died, because that's why I always got confused. I was like, okay, maybe they need to sacrifice a child for every year that he was born on his birthday, so which would be 15. But then when the 12 comes into play, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I just think it's just like I said. I think that it's just witchcraft logic, where it's like, give me 12 kids and you can have your son back.
Wouldn't it make more sense though if it was just like, give me 15 because he's 15 years old. You got to sacrifice one for each year on his birthday, and that'll fully resurrect him.
Oh, that's an interesting idea.
Or it would make sense to be 13 because it's a weird number, like number 13. 12 is just a stupid number.
No, I think 15 would be the fair assessment. It makes a lot more sense. He's 15. You sacrifice 15, you get your full child back. You sacrifice 12, you get 90% minus the head. You get both cylinders and legs. The head won't come back. Okay, now we're getting silly. But you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It just, to me, the story was like, I don't I didn't really care for it.
Yeah,
to be honest, but it has a really dark, kind of dreary atmosphere to the film, though, a little bit. Like, especially when they're downstairs, and there is some pretty decent shots and things that are going on, but it doesn't really make up.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I think that's like a thing that we've been noticing as we've been talking about these episodes, is that even the ones that aren't good, because the filmmakers are, they know what they're doing. There's some really nice, well respected shots in the film, in these films, even though the stories might not be as well as we as we expect them to be.
And that's expected. They are the masters of horror, right? But and that's a good point, because like we said off the top of the show, it's like none of these episodes are terrible. And what I mean by terrible is like technically terrible too. Like there's not like bad editing, and there's not fucking bad audio problem. Like there isn't
they're
what we've
all
seen
very
a
well
budget.
presented.
They're very, very well, definitely, like as a whole, they're very watchable. There's just ones that are story wise that just aren't as interesting as others. So, and this is a great example of one.
I actually
it looks fine. But I mean, to be honest, let's face it, man. This one's a little contrived in my opinion, and I don't know. It's not that interesting to me.
I don't think there's one bad episode in season 1, in my opinion. I think they're all very watchable, average at worst.
Yeah, and even with I have 3 4.5s in this. I'm not saying that those are terrible episodes. Those are my ratings based on likability and entertainment value for myself. When I start to factor in the word boring, that is a word that I just fucking cannot get past.
That's the second time you brought that up, so
I know.
I would assume that's a pretty big deal.
It is, man. Like I always said, entertainment is.
It's like me with acting.
Mm-hmm.
No,
we'll get to a certain point. Actually, there's only one episode in this entire first season of Masters of Horror that I have a really, really fucking problem with the acting, and we'll get to that in a minute. But the fair-haired child, not really a whole lot more to say. Do you guys have anything else to note about it?
Not really.
Okay. Well, I'll go first since I don't know if I've gone first. But the fair-haired child for 2006, it's an okay effort. Nothing special. It's definitely one that's kind of forgettable. But I don't think it's the most boring one in the series. I do get some entertainment value out of it. So I give it about a 5.5 out of 10.
5.5.
Yeah, me... I will say that this one isn't the most boring episode in the series, but to me, it's definitely the worst in terms of just how good it is. And Homecoming is a little more boring, but I think it's a little better made, a little more interesting, even though it's kind of boring. This one I just give a 5 out of 10 as well, though.
Yeah, to be honest,
average.
That's what I gave it, JP, 5 out of 10.
It's average as they come, usually.
I'm actually quite surprised they came in the highest on this one. It's interesting. I don't know. For some reason, I thought maybe you guys might like it a little more than I did, but I don't know. Interesting. All right, so moving along into episode 10. Episode 10.
Oh, another goofy one.
Which is titled Sick Girl, and of course directed by Lucky McKee. Lucky McKee at this point in his career hadn't really done a whole lot. This was in 2006. I'm trying to remember exactly what his...
He did May, and that's it.
Yeah, just
he had just done May at that point.
And
okay,
I just came out in the same year.
That's right. And of course, this came out before The Woods. That's right. So he actually had Angela Bettis star in this one. Also, of course, from his film May.
Yeah.
And also, who is our new Mrs. Sawyer.
Yes, that's right.
In the Leatherface movie.
That is right. So
she's a good fit, I guess. See that?
I like Angela Bettis, man. She's a good actress, to be honest. Like, she can really kind of change up her...
I think she's perfect for that role.
Yeah,
she's what I'm picturing.
Especially in this role too. In May she's obviously very awkward and strange, but this one she's awkward and strange, but she's different in this one than she is in May.
Plot?
Yeah. 1 second here. And of course, Lucky McKee. We didn't go into the rest of his films, but not a big deal. I don't want to get
he really did
conversation again.
He did The Woman, The Woods, and All Cheerleaders Die, and he's doing Tales of Halloween coming out.
Yeah. Okay. A story about an evil bug with the ability to change people's behavior. A commentary on the dangers of moving into a relationship too quickly. It's a short and long of that one right there.
So, yeah, I mean, what's interesting about this episode for me is that initially it was going to be played by a male. It was Ira, I believe, was the person's name. And they changed it to Ida.
Interesting.
And, of course, had to make her a lesbian.
Yeah, well, I
gotta
think,
keep up with the times.
I think the idea was that, anybody would just do a story about a guy falling for a girl, but I think this would make it a lot more quirky and weird if it was these two awkward lesbians.
Mm-hmm. That one lesbian wasn't too bad looking, even though she was weird.
That
Okay.
Roger.
Oh yeah, Moodz. I forgot to tell you. You know the weird lesbian? She's in all those fucking weird movies that we were joking about.
Like
that
Lord of the
fucking-
G strings and stuff.
Yeah, the guy.
Aaron Brown? Yeah, I have tons of movies with, like, she's known as
been
Misty
around.
Monday, right?
Yeah.
Which is actually kind of funny that her name in this episode is Misty.
Misty, yeah.
Yeah, which is her alias, Misty Monday that she usually goes by, or Aaron Brown. But yeah, I thought that was fitting, of course, having her in
piss our
there.
pants with those names.
Roger Corman was supposed to direct this episode
Oh, wow. Interesting.
I could see that.
and was
to be honest.
replaced last minute by Lucky McKee. So maybe that explains why Lucky McKee joined up when he didn't really have the filmography.
Well, that actually makes a lot of sense with Roger Corman, kind of a creature feature, silly type deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that makes a lot of sense, actually, come to think of it. So
thoughts?
Yeah. First off...
I wasn't really up. Go ahead.
No, you can go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I wasn't really into this one at the beginning of it. I was kind of bored, and I thought the acting was pretty fucking bad in the beginning. I thought it got better as the film went on, but I was kind of bored until we got into a little bit of the story about this magical bug or whatever the fuck it is. But I was really bored until they moved in together. But then once they moved in together, I think things started to pick up a little bit, and things got a lot more interesting and not as maybe as dull and boring. I'm curious to see if you guys feel the same a little bit.
Yeah, the word boring never crossed my mind. Angela Bettis's performance, I think, is so odd and awkward that it's so intriguing. Like the way she's like talks to her bugs in that strange ass fucking voice, and then
I love it.
And then she's not necessarily like that. She does have her moments. She's still putting on a weird kind of tone in her voice when she talks to her male counterpart at the lab and stuff. But she's an interesting character because she's awkward and she's
more than awkward.
And yeah, I mean, she's obviously has relationship problems, which I like, and it's kind of it's a tough situation for her because she's a lesbian too. So that doesn't really help out her situation with, finding partners and it's kind of showcased and, but like the whole setup to the film is, I don't find it boring at all. I actually kind of find it intriguing,
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. This is actually in my top 5 favorite episodes. I just thought it started out a little bit boring, but it picked up a lot.
I can
as
see
things went on.
There's some good quirky dialogue in this though. Like, when Buddy's giving her pointers about picking up the girl, he's like, you got to move the bugs
And then she
out of the apartment.
moves them all into her bedroom.
And then she just moves them into her bed. Like, there's funny, weird things like that. Actually, my favorite part, the one part in this film that made me laugh the hardest is when they're eating the Chinese food.
Yeah,
and she pulls that cockroach out of there.
Mm-hmm.
And they start analyzing and he's like, oh, it's Chinese. Well, go figure, man. They got real Chinese Chinese food.
This is legitimate Chinese food here.
Yeah, so
but
good.
no, I can see how maybe, Jeremy, that it would come off slightly boring at first, and I think it would if you can't get behind the characters right away. Because then you've got nothing. It's just a lot of talking. But if you're with the characters and you're like kind of interested to see like what is up with this Angela Bettis character, like why is she so weird? Like I found it extremely enjoyable to watch her kind of interact with people and her awkwardness when even the redheaded girl, Misty Monday, she was the way she was like just talking really fast. Like I thought it was like. It's so weird to see these two similarly awkward. They're differently awkward and similarly awkward at the same time, and it's like watching this weird social experiment where these two people are trying to communicate, and they're both.
We never
awkward
really
as
learned
hell.
why she's so awkward.
Well,
Well,
why
she's
is anybody awkward?
She's just weird. She's obsessed with fairies and stuff. That's all
Oh,
she draws.
fairies,
It's her
fairies.
thing,
Yeah.
and she's just an odd one. But that actually funny, JP, that you bring up the the talking fast thing. The scene where they're in the restaurant, Angela Bettis and Misty Monday, and she's like, "Well, do you want to rent a movie and go back to your place?" And Angela Bettis is like, whoa, you're moving, you're going way too fast. And she's like, oh yeah, sorry. She's like, I do this a lot. She's like, no, seriously, you're talking too fast. I mean,
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that's funny. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just awkward quirkiness.
Yeah, I there's just something about this one that I really kind of find like kind of charming and likable. It's just these and then it kind of gets kind of like
Weird.
they start when she starts devolving and saying things that she normally wouldn't say, like to the landlord and stuff. I'm like, it's this interesting situation. I like this one, man.
I love it that the landlady's so fucking against lesbians. It's so funny when she catches them making out and she's like, "You are making,"
Well, she's just so old school, man. She's
Yeah, it's funny.
she's that typical old school,
wanna
personality that
see-
doesn't approve of, new age stuff that we don't really even think twice about,
I don't
She has a
want
major
my
problem with
grandmother. I don't want to see my grandchild. It's just funny.
But that's the beauty of it though, because they showcase Misty Monday, or not Misty Monday, Angela Bettis, interacting with the granddaughter, and you feel super sympathetic for Angela Bettis's character because, she's a normal person.
She's
She doesn't mean she's very likable. She's very, she is what she is. Just because she's a lesbian doesn't mean you have to hate her. But the grandma does. And that's the thing. And you feel even more for her. But I like the way the whole story kind of comes full circle, and like, the whole outcome of like what really happened or what was supposed to happen. But then it kind of like switches gears again. And man, this movie, like the last like 20 minutes of the film are so fucking bizarre.
It's fun as hell.
It's so bizarre the way they kind of turn things, and then this was supposed to happen, blah blah blah. And it's just such a fucking fun episode. It just turns into so much fun and kind of makes you smile. It's just different and it works.
That's an interesting thing that you say, that it kind of just makes you smile. Because thinking back, I was literally like just smiling a couple of times in that film, and I noticed that I was, and it was a kind of just a good feel. It's like, for being like a horror film, it has like feel good moments. I don't know, it's like weird.
Yeah, but Dear Girl's the same thing though. Dear Woman, has those same kind of feel good moments.
I think it's different though.
Yeah,
It's
I think
different.
it's slightly different.
It's different, but it has that same kind of. I think Dear Woman and this episode is definitely like the most like 2 episodes in the entire first season. That's like, they're trying to do something different and something fun and different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one right here is definitely the oddest and the quirkiest episode.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's so fucking strange. It's such a strange oddity, but I don't know, man. I think everything about this one just kind of molds together perfectly. Like you said, you can't really have an odd story and an outcome like how this one what this one turns into without those really quirky characters. I think if the characters were kind of normal and then it turned into what it was, I don't think it would have the same effect, because you already are engulfed in these characters because of their oddities and in the way they portray themselves. And what it turns into, it's just kind of expected, odd things happen to odd people. Yeah. And that's just kind of what I take it, right? It's like, it is what it is. There's nothing else to say about it really, but I just, it's such a fucking fun episode, man.
Yeah, I dig it.
Yeah. That's very interesting that you said that Roger Corman was supposed to direct it though. That just, that's kind of cool. Very cool stuff. So, but yeah, anything else? I don't know.
Ratings.
Ratings. All right. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. I come in at a 7.5 out of 10 on Sick Girl.
Me? All right. I gave it 7 out of 10.
And once again, I am actually coming in the highest. I have an 8 out of 10 on this one. I have a soft spot for Sick Girl.
It's a good one, man. It's a good one.
All right, coolly. Oh. So that was episode 10. Moving along to episode 11.
Which is Tales from the Crypt episode in the entire first season.
Which is titled Pick Me Up from 2006. And this one is directed by Larry Cohen. So awesome.
Of course, from It's Alive series. Did he do all three?
He directed all three.
Q the Winged Serpent.
Q the Winged Serpent, man. He directed God Told Me To.
He directed a lot of films I've never seen.
Yeah, he's directed.
I need to get on that.
He's actually done some really fucking amazing films. Like, it's kind of funny. Like, he did a film called Bone, which is just a fantastic film. It's almost like a black exploitation film, but like home invasion type style. It's really interesting. And then, oddly enough, he did 2 black exploitation films, Black Caesar and Hell Up in Harlem, which are fantastic films. Mm-hmm. God Told Me To, great serpent. Q the Winged Serpent, I actually got signed by Larry Cohen at Wasteland last year, the Screen Factory edition. He did the stuff.
Wow, he did a Return to Salem's Lot.
He did the sequel to that. And another notable one from 96, which you probably know the soundtrack to Original Gangsters. That was such a weird one that he did. It like came out of nowhere, you know?
Yeah, that was in the blaxploitation documentary, I think.
Actually, another really fun film that he did with special effects. It's kind of like it's like a sexy type thriller type film. It's not necessarily horror, but it's good though. It's good.
Mm. But he also wrote a lot of things as well.
Oh, Larry Cohen has wrote so much stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely more notable for his writing, I would say.
But Maniac Cop.
That's right. Maniac Cop trilogy. Didn't he write all 3?
I believe so.
Yeah, I want to say so. Cool. All right, so getting into the brief synopsis of Pick Me Up. In the middle of nowhere, with only a 2-lane highway to connect it to anywhere, possibly upstate New York, a recently divorced female traveler who is a passenger on a bus that has broke down gets caught in a bizarre and violent turf war between serial killers. That's actually pretty good breakdown of it right there.
Yeah.
First up for me, one of the reasons why this episode sticks out so much to me is because I fucking love road horror.
Yeah,
this one's
boy.
all set on the road, and I love it. And, you know, to be honest, I think this one has 2 of the most entertaining serial killers in it.
It's like Counting Cards, but they don't hate each other as much.
These guys are
Counting Cards, but I do say that when you pointed out that it's like Counting Cards, it almost made me realize, one, it made me appreciate Lance Henriksen and the actor in that one because they were so good with each other, but it also kind of made me think that these ones weren't as good as well.
Interesting.
It's not as good as Counting Cards, but it's still like they have that kind of especially at the end, like that
it's
hatred.
really cool.
It's awesome.
Really cool.
Yeah, I love how sarcastic these characters are, man. It just works so well.
Yeah.
Just their mannerisms, just so sarcastic in the cat and mouse play. Mm-hmm. You know, it's just such an enjoyable episode. Thoughts on this one?
Well, one of my favorite parts is when they're sitting in the truck waiting for the snake to cross, and the one starts telling the joke about this girl seeing a snake in the park, and the snake says, "Carry me over to here, it's cold," and she picks up the snake, and she's like, "Are you sure you ain't gonna bite me?" And it's like, "Yeah, I promise." And then it bites her, and he's like, "Why?" She's like, "Why'd you bite me?" And he's like, "Well, you knew what I was when you picked me up." And it works so perfectly for what is happening in that film. I'm just like, brilliant. It's brilliant. That was a brilliant piece of writing right there.
Brilliant. Wow, that's a big word.
What, you don't think it was brilliant?
I think a lot of things in this episode's brilliant.
I just love how I can never pronounce her name. What is it? Feruza Balk? Feruza Balk, man. She's just sitting between them, just fucking losing it, man. Yeah. Just bawling her eyes out like she knows it's not good. But yeah.
I mean, it really is like an interesting dynamic. You have the one old school killer who is like all about the hunt and stuff like that and respectable, and he picks people up. Then you have the other guy who's a little more young, a little more wild and crazy, and he's getting picked up. Like, it's perfect.
They showcased it perfectly because, the young serial killer who's the free spirit is just roaming. He's doing whatever he wants, right? So that fits his character, so well. And as for, the truck driver, he's on a mission.
Pretty shitty serial killer. He just leaves the fucking bodies in the middle of nowhere for everybody to see.
Yeah, they don't give a shit, man. But I just love when he picks up the one girl and he's just like, and he's telling her his story. He's just like, yeah, I pick up hitchhikers all the time. And she's like, oh yeah, that's so nice. And he's like, yeah, even sometimes I let him go. And she's like, yeah. I fucking love that. It's so funny.
But then I love it when he gives the guy his gun.
Yeah, that's a great scene. Scene. It shows like his old schoolness, like grittiness that he has.
Yeah, that he's the fucking man.
Yeah. He's in control.
He is in control. Yeah, this one right here, it has everything I like, man. Just senseless killing, quirky characters.
It really is counting cards mixed with like the Hitcher.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Actually, it's really good.
Yeah, like at the ending, I immediately thought of counting cards.
My only issue with this episode is the very end. The like kind of plot twist.
Yeah.
I was no, you ruined it. Why would you do that?
I think I was reading online. I was reading online, and it seems like everybody has that complaint.
Yeah,
like a lot of people have that.
It's so out of place for me.
Yeah.
It that definitely is a minor blip on this episode, but everything leading up into that, it doesn't really hurt the overall product to me because what's done is done. I've already enjoyed, so it's not really killing it for me, but. I don't know. I can see the complaint in that for sure. Yeah. I know it's going back to that whole thing about, this is a short and, what do shorts need? Twists. Do they really all the time?
That's what you feel like they were obligated to put sort. I thought the twist happened early in the episode and it didn't need to happen. There was no need for another twist.
Yeah. I know. It's strange how it does, when you get to that point, it just feels so forced. Like, we don't technically really need that, but I don't know. Good stuff. But man,
I love when he fucking got launched off the windshield, man. I was laughing so hard. And he's just like, oh, what do you think? I just got fucking launched through the windshield. I was laughing so hard. It's so funny.
This one actually showcases some pretty decent gore in it too.
Oh yeah, especially in the bedroom,
in the
hotel room.
In the hotel
that's
room.
A great scene. I kind of forgot about that for a second.
Yeah, I was like, damn, fucking kind of crazy, but
brutal. I actually seen this episode when it aired. Out of all the episodes, I'd seen this one, Homecoming, and I think Jenifer and Dear Woman. I think those were the only ones I've seen when they aired.
Yeah. I don't know what else to really say. I don't really want to say a whole lot about it because I don't want to start giving.
Yeah, exactly.
It's basically just a cat and mouse tale, and I don't want to start giving certain things away. So,
if you like Tales from the Crypt, you're probably gonna like this one.
Well, if you like cutting cards, you'll definitely like. It's that's what it is. It's like these two guys who are just, have a respect, but also a distaste for each other.
Exactly.
I don't know. I just felt like it totally felt like Tales from the Crypt. Not even counting cards, just.
There's a few times in this series where I was like, that was a Tales from the Crypt moment. Like, I just got a full-on Tales from the Crypt vibe.
Yeah.
I think that's going to happen with these type of series, these anthology-type things, so...
yeah.
I don't know, it's expected, but you get that actually all the time in these. Yeah. So, I don't know, pick me up, man. I think it's just another really highly enjoyable, fun episode that I can watch over and over again. I've actually went to the shelf before and actually just popped in this episode randomly before.
Yeah.
And watched. So, that's how much I really enjoy it. So,
yeah.
Well, pick me up, Larry Cohen ratings.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
7.5 out of 10.
I went with an 8 out of 10. Definitely one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Yeah, not surprising I come in the highest with a 9 on this one.
Damn, son.
Road Horror. Love it.
Me too, man. Road Horror is definitely one of my favorite subs.
Yeah, it just has, like I said, everything that I
And
really
there was some
enjoy,
good
so.
road shots on this one too. Like I love the setting of the road. It was some good road. I'm very critical about my road and my road horrors. This is some good road.
That makes sense. It makes perfect sense.
All right.
All right, so moving into episode 12.
Oh, yeah.
Which is titled Haeckel's Tale, which is actually based off a Clive Barker short story and is directed by John McNaughton.
Who did Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer is probably his most notable horror thing. He also did Wild Things, which is notable but not horror notable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he hasn't really done a lot of horror stuff actually either.
Yeah.
That's what it's funny he directed an episode of John from Cincinnati. That's a short-lived season show.
Well, I will tell you that George A. Romero was originally going to direct this episode, but it couldn't fit into his schedule. And then Roger Corman was supposed to direct this episode, which he ended up having some health issues, so he was replaced by John McNaughton. So that's a third-tiered pick right there.
He's a nice guy, man. I've met him before.
So what you're saying is Roger Corman really dropped the ball on this Masters of Horror shit.
Apparently.
Local Chicagoan, man.
He fucking shit the bed. But yeah, so I mean, it makes perfect sense now. John McNaughton, really only noted for directing one film, which is actually a really great one.
Two.
Yeah.
He should be noted for two. The Borrowers is fucking awesome. Fuck all you guys.
We haven't seen it.
Yeah, that's right. I haven't actually watched this. So, but yeah, Haeckel's Tale. While on his way to see his sick father, a man takes shelter with an elderly man and his young wife, but soon discovers their horrible secrets. Yeah, this episode right here. The first time I watched this one, I wasn't really digging it a whole lot.
You know me with period pieces.
I love period pieces, buddy.
It had nothing to do with the period piece. Like I love westerns and old, shit like that. And it kind of has
not
that
that old, like 19th century.
Oh yeah, okay. But this one right here, when I first watched it, I was like, okay, where the fuck is this going? This one has one of the fucking, in my opinion, one of the better, endings, and it's just so fucked up. Mm-hmm. The story's fucked up. And it's so enjoyable, and it's twisted, and it's sick, and it's like amazing. The payoff is so good in this episode. All right, so what are your guys' thoughts on this one?
Well, right away, I was into it from the moment it started. I started getting like a Doctors and the Devils type vibe from it, setting at carrying the bodies around, using for science, that weird mix between science and religion, where even the scientists were very religious, and this one is just pure science. I like the reference to Frankenstein, and then it starts getting into this necromancy type era. But even when it first starts, and the guy comes to the woman, the old witch, and is like, I need my wife back, and then she tells the Haeckel's tale. Like I love the whole setup to this one.
Mm-hmm. I'm always a big fan of those type of films, though, too. That
I always lose interest, man. It's just like The Doctor and the Devil. I lost interest and I fucking pay attention. Kind of got the same vibe on this one. Not as bad, though.
Yeah, see, I don't know, man. I'm just always so fascinated by that, like those different time periods where I have no connection to them whatsoever. It's completely so far removed from what I know in my life that I just find it fascinating.
It's just so foreign, and it's interesting, that primitive medicine ideas, but it's not really as well. I mean, I guess it is, but I find it fascinating too. But I like the setting, of that old, just gross kind of Western front.
Yeah,
I think it just kind of adds to the whole tale. But going back to the way the structure is, Buddy's showing up at this house because he hears about this necromancer, and then she can raise the dead, and then she tells him a story, and she basically tells him, here, you can make a decision after I tell you the story. She doesn't really want to do it anyways, but
yeah, she's warning him that it's bad, just like the witch in Pumpkinhead.
I'll tell you a story of the Haeckel's tale, and so it gets into the story, and of course Haeckel is a medical student, and goes on from there, but I don't know, man. I really enjoy this episode, man. Like I said, the first time I watched it, it takes a little bit to get into, but the second half is just fucking gnarly, man. It's so crazy. It's kind of unexpected for being like a kind of a period piece and just what it turns into.
Exactly.
There's so many things that are going on. You're like, what the fuck? Like this one is definitely one of the craziest episodes there's out there. I mean, really, this one has necromancers. It has zombies.
The thing with the end with the baby. It's fucking weird, man.
Well, yeah, like what you was saying though, Moodz, about this episode kind of like pushing boundaries slightly. For being on, like, this shit aired. Like, I think sometimes we're a little taken back. We're so comfortable with things that we see in horror, but like, if my friend's mom or something would see this episode on TV, even if it is Showtime, I think she would be pretty damn taken back and like, oh my god, what is this? You know what I mean? So there's 3 episodes, Jenifer, this episode, and the next episode, that I think are kind of taboo and really kind of up the level. This is 2006 as well. And necrophilia is definitely a topic that does not get shown on TV very often.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude, like zombies, necromancers, necrophilia, tons of gore. It's even got like the whole Frankenstein thing. And this one's got a little bit of everything. But yeah, you're right. The necrophilia is something you'd never see on TV. And the way they depict and show the necrophilia on this is like, it's just like she's fucking loving it.
It's legit, dude. I was so blown away. I was like, wow. And it's like an orgy too. Like they don't fully go into the orgy, but they definitely what's happening. They
show hints of a fucking zombie necrophilic orgy in this episode. Like when can you ever say that you've seen something like that on TV before?
Oh yeah, not on TV.
You barely even see that in films. Like
Orgy of the Dead. Come on.
It's literally Orgy of the Dead. It's fucked up, man. And
Ed Wood's movie, Orgy of the Dead.
Yep. Yeah, his sleaze later in his career. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know, man. This one, it just goes fucking haywire. This poor guy is just literally trying to make it to his father and gets all caught up in this tale. Shit, it's fucking, it's good, man. I've really enjoyed how it just takes a 180, really. It's awesome.
And the dog thing, I thought that was really well played out. Really, I just think this episode is executed absolutely perfectly from beginning to end.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a good one, man.
Jeremy,
really fun.
I see that you're not that high on it. What's the reasons here? Just period piece, or
yeah. I can't stay focused when we do these period pieces. I just don't know what is with. But I was never, even non-horror films like period pieces, I get extremely bored, and I lose interest. I'm always looking down my phone and things like that. I think that's what
you need to shut your phone off when you watch movies.
Only period pieces. Only period pieces.
But man, it saddens me slightly to hear that, because I just love them so much, and I think they're so great, and it just hurts a little bit that you.
Yeah, I'm the same way, man. I think it's just a different type of setting. There's not as many of these type of films set in those back period, those older centuries and stuff, and that's why I find it intriguing. Especially with this episode, man. Like you get a lot of those period pieces that don't turn into.
I have to say, it's definitely one of the more hardcore period pieces that I've seen. It's definitely one of the more stranger ones.
But it does have a really strange story. The reason why what's going on. The husband basically gets this necromancer to raise the dead of his wife's husband, and the reasons for it and stuff. It's very kind of basic. And it's like it kind of showcases he's not really being that selfish, but I don't know, man. It's just kind of it's a really odd and strange story. Like he just seems
Clive Barker.
It is, man. He just seems almost way too willing. He's like, oh, you know what, honey, I can't satisfy you because I'm an old fuck. I probably have a limp penis. So what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna go get that necromancer, and we're gonna we're gonna get you some a little bit of play here. It sounds so silly when you break it down like that, but that's essentially what it is.
Yeah.
But it's done so well.
I know, man.
It's
I
awesome.
love this episode. I was so surprised because it set up as like a Tales from the Crypt episode, and then it just goes to like a Tales from the Crypt episode on like coke.
It totally goes on crack, right? It's like,
well, John McNaughton will always have a piece of heart because he's an alumni for my school. So
nice.
Well, you know,
this is one of the cases where. Obviously, George Romero was supposed to direct this episode, and then Roger Corman, and then we got this guy. I'm glad that happened, man. He did a fantastic job on this episode, and I almost couldn't picture it another way.
It's so interesting because, you know, if we lined up those three directors, I bet you all of us would take John McNaughton last.
Yeah,
absolutely. You know, to do this episode, and I honestly, for a period piece, I would probably go with Roger Corman as a director if I was, you know, doing it instead of Romero. You know, I love Romero, but, you know, McNaughton I probably wouldn't, just because of his, you know, his filmography. Really, he hasn't done a lot of stuff. You kind of go with what you know in Roger Corman. Like, he has a lot of experience in doing a lot of different type of period pieces and all that type of thing, but you never know, right? You know, you put a McNaughton in there and look what you get.
Yeah, fantastic, bro.
It's nuts.
He's a cool dude. Like I say, he was really nice when I talked to him.
But yeah, you know, good performances in this one too. I really liked, you know, the lead. I thought he was great.
He just made a movie called The Harvest. I don't know
what the fuck is that guy's name that stars in this?
I thought all the characters and actors were good too. I mean, we didn't mention that, but everybody down to like the snarky professor who's like talking about like God. Like I liked it, man.
Well, I literally just mentioned that I thought the lead was amazing, but yeah, everyone was really good in this actually. So I really liked the professor, you know, from the opening scenes.
Oh yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, he's good, man. Just looks, the costumes and, you know, the
with
wardrobes,
the sideburns and stuff, man.
Yeah, like everything actually looks pretty authentic. Like they did a good job, man.
Yeah.
I really liked it.
I like this.
You know, the scummy. One of the coolest things is when he rolls up to that necromancer, and you know he's like, it's literally like a sideshow. It looks like a total sideshow. You're not gonna fucking, you know, think twice about this being a joke. You know, I like that setup. It's literally by a river. It looks all scummy.
You want to know who wrote this one?
And shit like that. So,
do I want to know what?
Mick Garris wrote the screenplay.
For what?
For this movie.
Which one?
Haeckel's
the one that we're talking about now.
Oh, based off of a Clive Barker story.
But
he wrote the screenplay.
Yeah, he did the teleplay. Yeah, well, I think Mick Garris did a couple of them, right? Or am I thinking wrong?
No, I think he did a couple of them too.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, I don't have much more to add to it.
There's not really a whole lot more to say.
I'm really high on this one. Jeremy, what's your rating?
Yeah, like I said, I couldn't get into it. And maybe I couldn't focus. I have to watch it again, I promise. 6.5 out of 10.
Ooh. Me, loved it. 8.5 out of 10.
Yeah, this is really entertaining, man. I'm going to give it an 8 out of 10. It's a good episode. It's fun. I think the one thing that really surprised me about this is like actually how gory it was.
Yeah.
And some of the gore is just like, damn, it might even be the goriest episode, but
you know what's funny?
Odd. It sticks out.
Out of the ones I didn't see, this was the one I was least looking forward to, simply based on the title and the box cover that I remembered seeing. I knew nothing about it, and I was just like, it's like, what the hell's Haeckel's Tale? You know, so it's funny how that works out sometimes.
All right, so moving on to the final episode, which is number 13 of season 1 of Masters of Horror, which is titled Imprint from 2006, directed by the infamous Takashi Miike. Now, Takashi Miike's done he's directed 100 fucking movies.
Yeah, should we list them all?
No, we should not. Notables.
What's he most notable for?
Audition.
The Killer, Audition.
I would probably say Audition is probably his most notable.
Yeah. Overrated.
But he's done a lot of Visitor Q. Visitor Q is a fucking great film. He's done a lot of interesting. He does a lot of crime kind of gangster films and shit that are really actually outrageous. There are a lot of really gory films. You know, he always pushes the boundaries with that shit. But
Yeah.
But Imprint, the episode that was actually banned from the cable broadcast, this
For
one actually
some reason.
never aired. Well,
is
it's for
true.
obvious reasons. It's for obvious reasons, to be honest.
It was originally supposed to hit January 27th of 2006, and it was shelved due to concerns over its content from Showtime. It was never aired on the Showtime network. It was later ported over to DVD once those was released by Anchor Bay, and it is actually the longest episode at over an hour.
It's like an hour and 3 minutes. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it is not the longest episode in the series.
You're correct. That would be in season 2, the last episode.
It's actually a full-length episode. It's like 90 minutes.
Yeah, it's long.
It's crazy. All right, so synopsis. In the 1800s, an American returns to Japan to find the prostitute he fell in love with, but instead learns of the cycle and existential horror that befell her after he left.
I love that little dude reminded me of that guy from Machete Maidens. The one that you just watched, the Kung Fu movie. The little guy that you said, oh, I never laughed so hard watching.
Oh, Wang Wang.
Yeah, that guy reminded me of him.
So where do we start with this episode? Like, who has some initial thoughts?
It's bizarre.
It's bizarre, but it's also it's a really slow burner.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, it's slow burn.
I didn't really feel that.
The structure's all over the place because it's kind of jumping all around. It's telling stories and...
Yeah, that's why I didn't feel like it was slow burn, because I was constantly trying to think, okay, what's going on here? Where is this? What are they doing?
But like when everybody like talks about this season, this is the episode they talk about just because of its reasons, but...
Well, in retrospect, it's probably a little more memorable due to some of the content that's in the episode. It doesn't necessarily make it a better episode. I think it's just it's one that people note because of, it was banned and for its content.
Yeah, judging from somebody who hasn't seen all of these episodes, the two that I've always heard people say are their favorites is Cigarette Burns and Imprint.
Yeah, me too.
See, I wouldn't say this one's one of my favorites. To be honest, I thought what happened in the middle of the film when she was getting, was tortured was fucked up, and I think that was like the one. I don't, grudge very often, but the fingernail stuff just.
Oh, dude, that looks so good. The way the blood filled up after
that made me cringe.
The torture scene is like it's excessively long too. Like they keep putting her doing different things to her, and it's fucking brutal.
And
man.
it ends with
brutal.
pee. Oh, dude, that's heartbreaking. That's rough stuff right there.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it was her own.
Yeah, because it's like the lowest you can possibly go. It's like you've been tortured so much, and now there's this. Like to me, that's always so much more effective. Something simple like that than the actual torture itself, because it's degrading, and I feel like sometimes that's the worst kind of torture.
So more the short and long of this is about a couple. I don't want to give too many details about them, but anyways, they kind of live on the outskirts of the city. They have a baby. The mother basically proceeds to abandon the baby. I'll use the word abandon in the river.
By throwing it in.
Fortunately.
Well, there's two backstories.
Yeah,
there.
There's like the real thing and the fake thing.
Yeah, and I felt like that was really interesting to me.
Yeah, it actually is kind of interesting. But anyway,
wouldn't you be fucked up if that shit happened to you?
But yeah, so anyways, the baby ends up living. She's found a couple days later, and all deformed, short and long. She's essentially taken away or is given away. By her parents because they can't afford to raise the baby. She ends up in kind of like a whorehouse. Hence, this is where kind of Billy Drago's character of Christopher, he's the American that's come to Japan to find a whore that he has fallen in love with. And the girl telling the story is friends with her, and it's kind of where your story is.
There's so much taboo in this one, man.
That okay, first and
child
foremost,
molesting
man,
undertones.
abortion undertones. Like,
no undertones, literal
No,
abortion.
that's a full blown overtone, man. I mean, you're fucking seeing fetuses flying into.
I can't say I've seen that before.
Oh my god, that was quite. I'll be honest, that was shocking to me. The first time, and it's just flop, and you're like, what the wait? Was that a fucking? Was that a? Oh my god. I swear to God, because I never knew anything about this one. I just knew people liked it.
Yeah. First thing I want to say, man, Billy Drago is the American that comes to Japan to find his love. Okay, now I mentioned earlier in the show that I was talking about acting. Man, Billy Drago is so fucking bad in this movie. He is such a bad actor.
He's definitely the worst character.
God, he's fucking bad. Like, just the way it's so phony and shitty, and like, I can't take him fucking serious, man. He's having these conversations with, the girl that's telling the story.
Tell the truth.
Yeah, and it's just so poor. Really? He's like a really, really shitty fucking Billy Zane or something like that. I don't know.
I didn't really notice it, and that's kind of surprising to me because,
it's not the only. Almost everybody in this movie sucks at acting, man.
Yeah, but I almost thought that was like the style, or like I thought that it was like intentional.
I've seen films like this. I've seen films exactly like this that are fucking better acting, man. Just it's simple and plain. It's just bad. It's just terrible acting all over the place, and it really hurts the film because you need a strong performance by somebody like Billy. And, your lead and, the other girls. You just need, like, the way some of this shit is executed, it just comes off laughable to me. Put all the shocking shit aside. It is what it is. It's not what makes a good film, in my opinion. I have to be, engulfed in this story. And, the acting, like, this is like, a lot of the times, okay, when I'm watching low budget films, I'm expecting to have subpar acting, which I accept. It's fine. But when you have a film directed by Takashi Miike, he's an A-list director. He's a good director. He generally has good acting in his films. What the fuck is with this casting, man? It really hurts the overall product for me, and it drives me nuts. He's so much better than this is. The final product of this movie is not as good as it should be. You put a different main lead in there, and it changes the whole outcome for me. I hate Christopher so much in this film. He sucks. He fucking sucks. Sorry.
Yeah, but I think he also I honestly had no issues with it. It didn't really even notice. I wasn't like to the point where I was like, oh, this is good acting. I just never noticed it. It just was like it was normal acting for me.
I just wish that it was fucking subtitled instead of fucking.
Oh my god, that brings up the one thing I wanted to bitch about at the very beginning of the show.
Like, why can't
none of these fucking discs have subtitles, and it pissed me off the whole time watching these. Just had to get that off my chest.
I've actually thought that before too, Jeremy, that this episode shouldn't have been done in English.
No, it should have been done in.
It should have been done. It should have been. This is taking place in Japan for let's face it, man.
Yeah, I found
it should
that
be in the
weird,
native
too.
language.
It's
fine
too. But
it's
we know
fine
why,
if Billy
right?
Drago's character was in English because he is American. That's fine. But come on, man.
When they're like alone without him, it's like that's okay. When they're like the girl and him are together, or whenever he's in the scene, they should be speaking English. But like when they're all upstairs and she's getting tortured, it's like you should be speaking in Japanese. You fucking it just bothered me.
Yeah, but she's telling the story, so she's telling it to him in English. So he's picturing it in English.
Yeah, that's fine, but everything is in English though.
Yeah, and I felt like that. I kind of understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But we obviously have to just accept that it was made for an American audience who typically won't watch movies read in subtitles. So it's just something we have to accept, suspend our disbelief a little bit. Yeah, I agree. It should have been, they should have been speaking. I even thought that out loud. I was like, "Why? This is weird that they're all speaking English."
It actually struck me as strange the first time. I was like, "Why is this in English?" It's so weird how we think like that because most people are like, "Oh God, thank God it's in English."
Yeah.
Like I don't want to fucking read this shit.
I thought the main lady, her acting was fucking bad too. Moodz.
Oh,
when she's like in the room and she's looking for a ring, it's like, what the fuck? This is bad.
Almost everybody in the film is not good. It's really, really poorly done.
It's like she lost like fucking. She's like, where is it? It's like Jesus fucking Christ.
Because basically what it came down to is they had to find Japanese actors that could speak English.
Yeah.
and this is what they came up with, right? So, like I said, if you had used a native language and you have a wide spectrum of people you can hire for this, right? So, that's just the way I kind of look at it. But this story is definitely not spoon fed to you. It's an interesting structure how it's telling stories, and it kind of switches and it tells another story. And
yeah, I love that. I love that about it, though.
Yeah, it's good. I enjoy that.
To me, I think the overall like end product, when you like the final twist, I wasn't that crazy about it, and that was like really the only thing that I like kind of had an issue. Like, it's so weird that you guys had such a problem with the acting when I didn't even like. It was so normal to me, and that's weird because it makes me feel like, okay, what did I miss? But
the story wasn't that interesting either. I mean, it was interesting. It kept me wanting to hear what was happening, but it's like it wasn't like amazing or anything like that.
My thing with it is like I'm wondering, is this because this story isn't real? Like this isn't a real kind of story. So I was wondering, is this like hell or something, or like what's going on? Like this is the worst fucking place on earth when they go into there on the boat and there's bodies on the like what? Like this is the worst. It's an island. This is literally the worst place that can exist. They're in like cages of like, it's just like, to me it's like, what the hell?
The setting is kind of, you kind of got to suspend your disbelief.
It's very mysterious, and you're not quite sure what it like. Was it supposed to be
real? Like
real, or is this like a hell? What is this?
I think it was intended to be real, to be honest. I think it's just so outrageous, that there's like bodies just able to be floating around and skeletons of fetuses in the water, and and no one really gives a shit. It's like, okay.
Or is it just like weird Japanese shit?
Well,
could be weird Japanese shit too, but I mean,
it does its job.
Problem. It definitely does.
What did you guys think of like see, this is the stuff that like, okay, right here's a prime example of why it's like, is this real? Like, because no kid is born with blue hair.
Really? That's what you picked up out of the whole fucking thing?
Well, that is a good note, though, because, I thought of that. Well, I mean, I didn't think about being born, but I was like, well, they are super poor, but they're able to just, like, dye her hair. I just kind of took it like that. Well,
she's a kid. Why would they have dyed her hair? She was obviously born that way. And then the other ones have red hair. So that's why I wonder, like, is this either weird Japanese shit, or is this supposed to be, like, an alternate... Is this supposed to be, like, hell or something similar to that? Is it supposed to be just, like, this terrible world?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we're not supposed to. Kind of just supposed to accept the fact that it's just weird.
And it even makes more sense because they're Japanese, which typically have like a darker color hair, and definitely not blue.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like, I was just really surprised by just the weirdness of this one. The thing that, like, it's such a silly story to me. Like, this guy was in love with this prostitute, and he left, and he promised that he would come. It's just so ridiculous to me. But for some reason, I was just buying it. I was like, all right, I'll roll with it.
Well, he wanted to save her,
So why did he leave her?
I don't know. See, that's the thing, right?
If you want him so bad, why did he leave? It's like, why didn't you just take her right there and now?
Yeah, and why did he love her so much?
I don't know, because she had red hair, and Japanese ladies don't have red hair.
Yeah, what did you get?
He's lonely, man. He's lonely.
Yeah, but there's a
bunch of... I don't know, maybe he wanted to, like, have her...
No, he said it reminded him of her sister, that's why. And that
so he wants to fuck his sister?
Pedophile vibes, too, man.
Yeah.
Incestual pedophile vibes, which is even worse. It's even weirder. I don't know, this one is weird. There's a lot of taboo shit in here. And,
the beatings of her father on her mother and stuff.
And then there's even more. The priest, it's hinted at that he molested her, and then the father, it's hinted at that he molested her. So there's a lot of alleged molestation going on. So that it's just so fucking taboo, and the fetuses, like the way they're all clear and stuff, like I thought they looked great. I was like, wow, this is disturbing. It made me feel really uncomfortable, and it's that stuff, man. That stuff is above all.
It's funny. I never get uncomfortable anymore, man. I don't get it.
Yeah, I feel
Like when
like
we
you
watch
have to
Necromantic,
allow it. You have to
we
allow
watch
it. You have to
Necromantic.
want to be. Have to want these feelings. Like you
Girls
have to.
Next Door
You have to
fucked me
let
up.
yourself be vulnerable to these feelings. And I can still get creeped out or slightly scared by movies because I want to be. I want to watch it. I want to get creeped out. If it's supposed to be a scary movie, I'm gonna try to let it do that to me. I'm gonna try to make it happen.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, I don't know, man. This one definitely has, a big following.
Oh yeah.
Is it due to the taboo subject matter and
I think it
content,
is.
or is it actually legitimately a good episode?
it's a good episode, but it's good for different reasons. Like, it's not a well-told story. Like you guys said, the acting. But it's just so out there and interesting and great use of the storytelling mechanic in terms of, like, you don't know what the hell's going on. If that was the intention, well done, sir. And I think it's good in different ways. It's not like your typical, like, good film. It's just not. It's done in a different way that if the things that was done in it work for you, then I think that you can see it as a good episode in that way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm curious on your guys' ratings on this one.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to do it?
Want to do it,
I don't know, you guys have anything else to,
Not
Nope.
really.
No.
I mean, we can't really
I
keep going
honestly
on and on.
did expect this to be your favorite episode for some reason, though, and I don't know if it was because, just like I thought I remember you and Tat talking about it before, but I guess it was misinterpreted or misremembered it. But
Yeah.
let's roll into ratings, guys.
Me?
Show.
6.5 out of 10.
I'm gonna go with an 8.5 out of 10.
Interesting. Yeah, it's actually quite interesting. I'm right in the middle with a 7.5 out of 10. So I knew that was going to happen on this episode. We'd be all kind of separated, but
Not bad.
yeah, there's a lot of elements to this, man. Honestly, like I said, if the acting was better, it just fucking hurts it for me so bad. And if it was actually in the native language and a little better acting, this one would have worked a lot better for me. But man,
Well,
it takes me out of it. So many scenes, almost every scene with Billy Drago was just like, oh, dude, stop!
I just kept looking at him
horrible.
like I want you to be McGarris because you kind of have similar hair. Like, that's what I
That
kept
would be a
looking
good
at him
pick.
like.
Yeah, totally
Slap
right.
him in there.
But it's funny because you mentioned that maybe if it had better acting, but I mean, that kind of shows, right? Like, you had an issue with the acting, I didn't, and I liked it just a little bit more than you. So maybe if it did have better acting for you, then you would have liked it as much as I did.
Yeah, quite possibly. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's one instance where it just really hurt the film for me. But it is what it is, right?
So
yeah.
do you guys, I mean, really quickly, if you could have one person do a Masters of Horror episode for the newly renewed season 4 that's going to come out after we put this show out because we're that important, who would you pick?
Ryan Nicholson.
Oh, you fucking asshole! That's exactly who I was going to go with. Well, if you're going to take Ryan, I'm going to take Dustin Mills.
I'm going to go with Rob Zombie.
You fucking hypocrite.
Me?
That's such a easy choice. Why didn't you pick somebody cool?
It's who I want to see the most. I would love to see what Rob Zombie would bring to network TV.
Why don't you pick the guy from, like, Lost Pieces or something?
I mean, yeah, but it's if I had to pick one who I'd want to see most, it would be Rob Zombie.
All right.
Interesting.
So you guys want to do our ranks?
Yeah, we'll start from the bottom. What do you have for 13, Jeremy?
Chocolate.
Moodz.
Why don't we just list them off in order
Yeah.
so that they're easy to remember?
Okay, I'll go then. Okay, 13 I have chocolate. 12 I have fair-haired child. 11 I have Dance the Dead. 10 I have Haeckel's Tale. 9 I have Imprint. 8 I have Incident Off and On the Open Road. 7 I have Dreams in a Witch House. 6 I have Jenifer. 5 I have Sick Girl. 4 wait, where's number 4? Oh, 4 I have Pick Me Up. 3 I have Homecoming. 2 I have Dear Woman. and 1 I have cigarette burns.
Yeah, so our lists are definitely different. It was funny because there was a few that we had exactly the same though placement. I guess I'll go next. Number 13, Fair-Haired Child. Number 12, Chocolate. Number 11, Homecoming. Number 10, Dance of the Dead. Number 9, Dreams in the Witch House. Number 8, Incident on and off a Mountain Road.
Mountain Road. Close.
He said open road.
Yep.
7, we have Sick Girl. 6, we have Cigarette Burns. 5, we have Dear Woman. 4, we have Pick Me Up. 3, we have Imprint. 2, we have Haeckel's Tale. And number 1 is Jenifer for me.
Cool. Number 13, Homecoming. Number 12.
Boredom kills all.
Yeah, number 13, Homecoming. Number 12 is Chocolate. Number 11 is Dance of the Dead. Number 10 is The Fair-Haired Child. Number 9 is Dreams in the Witch House. Number 8 is Imprint. Number 7 is Incident on and Off a Mountain Road. Number 6 is Haeckel's Tale. Number 5, Sick Girl. Number 4, Dear Woman. Number 3, Jenifer. Number 2, Pick Me Up. And number 1, Cigarette Burns.
So both of you guys have Cigarette Burns as your number 1s, and I have it at number 6.
Well, Jeremy's number 3 is my number 13.
What was? Oh, I'm good. It's my number 11.
Is this going to be the new Maniac? God
see,
damn
Haeckel's
it.
Tale to me, that
No,
was
this is going to be the new
surprising
ABCs
one.
of Death. Oh, fuck.
Well, me and Jeremy both had Sick Girl at number 5, and Haeckel's Tale, would you have a number 2?
Yeah, number 2 for Haeckel's Tale, and Imprint is number 3. I think those 4 final episodes, Sick Girl, Pick Me Up, Haeckel's Tale, and Imprint, that's a great ride right there, man.
Well, that's what I said. I said it's a good way to end the season. So, but yeah, very interesting. So yeah, I kind of expected some of those episodes to be completely opposite in rankings, but it's the way it goes, right? Mm-hmm. So that is going to conclude episode 48 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror. Hope you guys enjoyed the Masters of Horror talk. Breaking down every episode. Pretty fun stuff, man. I really enjoyed this one. So
if you want us to do season 2, definitely let us know. What's your favorite episode of Masters of Horror? Let us know.
Yeah. Jeremy?
All right. Thank you, everybody, for listening to the 48th episode of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast.
Chainsaw Massacre.
Thank you. As always, if you want to follow us on Facebook, please do. Facebook.com. Go to the search bar and, of course, type in 22 Shots of Moods and Horror. See, I changed things up today. If you want to follow the man Moodz himself, you can do so at youtube.com/Moodz616. And, of course, if you want to follow JP, you could do so at youtube.com/DoubleShotJ. And, as always, you can follow me on my channel, youtube.com/NESRuler22. If you want to follow us on Twitter, you can do so, twitter.com/22ShotsPodcast. And if you have any questions, please do yourself a favor and email us at 22shotsofmoodsandhorror@gmail.com. It's 22shotsofmoodsandhorror@gmail.com. And if you want to visit us on our website, it's 22shotsofmoodsandhorror.com. It's 22shotsofmoodsandhorror.com. And if you have any questions or leave us your most influential film of the last 50 years, please do so at 724-426-6665. Once again, that's 724-426-6665. I hope everybody enjoys the WrestleMania Sunday, and we'll be back. And we'll be back next week with a oldie but a goodie, The Bad Seed from 1956.
Yeah, so make sure you guys check out that episode because we're going to be off for a little while before we bring in the 50th episode, and give us those voicemails. Yeah, I have a couple more weeks to do that.